Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network, where we play St. Petersburg by Night, a massive multiplayer 5th edition World of Darkness Chronicle set in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Michikent on all social media, and I am the lead storyteller of St. Pete by Night. And it's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hellhounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition Chronicle set in the city of Tampa, right across the bay from St. Petersburg, Florida, where a pack of young guru have come down from the state of Michigan to act as, well, reinforcements of sorts to the Sept of the Evening Star, and they have been helpful to a certain point as they have learned to come into their own as guru, as members of society, as adults, as they are barely in their 20s, most of them in their late teens, but they are finding growing up to be a lot more difficult than they anticipated, as they have all come from very rough origins, and they have found getting along to be particularly difficult, especially after a rather very tense confrontation between two members of the pack last week. And the fallout of that has sent shockwaves through the rest of the pack, and it seems the tea has gotten particularly piping hot as another member of the pack has found out some very, very juicy secrets about the rest of the members of that particular group. If you're interested in everything you've heard about, you should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you've seen down below. And you should come join us in our Discord community by following that Discord link, where you could be one of the 200 plus members that make up our amazing community. So let's get to our story. And of course, we couldn't tell that story without some pretty amazing players. So let's introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Oh hey, didn't see you there. My name's Jay. I'll be playing Deadbeat, the Bonar Rune.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki and I'll be playing Delphine Runespeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Ben. I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Hello there, my name is Katie, and I am playing Rory, the Bonar Galliard.
Hi, I'm Lilith. I will be playing Juniper Kameen, the Ragabash Black Fury.
So, as I mentioned, players, last week we started off with a rather tense confrontation between Juniper and Ray. After a mission went rather smoothly, all things considered, at Stepford Hell up in Old Seminole Heights, Juniper didn't want to leave. She refused to leave, in fact, when the pack was told to head back to the cairn with the arm, the living disembodied arm that was found on the scene to be returned for study by Eliza. This led to a confrontation between Raymond and Juniper, Raymond ordering Juniper back into the van, Juniper refusing, and this leading to a physical altercation between the two. All of this happening in front of 3 elders, Charles, Jester, and stakes her claim, the mentor of this particular pack. While the pack watched on, the two argued until Rory decided to fire her crossbow on Juniper, nearly injuring Juniper with barely a scrape, but enough to rise Juniper's ire even more. Eventually, Juniper acquiesced, but was not pleased with the outcome of the interaction. The pack then went back to the cairn, where they had an interaction with Eliza Ross. The first interaction the group as a whole has had with the Right Master of the Sept. She gave some interesting words to the whole pack about unity, about trust. She also gave some interesting information about the goings-on in the city. She then took the hand which had fallen dormant, even though it had been moving up until the moment it was brought into the bawn of the cairn. She then stayed in the cairn with Juniper, who had taken her lupus form and remained behind as everyone retreated home for the evening. The next day, as cooler heads prevailed, Juniper and Ray had a conversation, and, it seemed, came to an understanding. Ray also was confronted by Charles, who seemed to have known what Juniper had been up to, known about the photograph that was taken of Juniper visiting Stepford Hell in advance of the mission. But he seemed to be pleased with how Charles handled the entire affair and was willing to let the matter be handled that way. This left Ray pleased, but also somewhat suspect. How did Charles know? How long had Charles known? Deadbeat and Rory took a trip out to visit Damien, a contact of Deadbeat's, a friend from Michigan that had moved down to Tampa and was now working with a nearby motorcycle club. They had visited Damien to get a fake ID for Rory, as she seemed to be having some trouble getting into bars and clubs to do some fundraising of sorts. But also, it's just useful to have a fake ID to get around town, especially since Rory's name has a little bit of dirt on it from her previous activities up north. Getting introduced to this motorcycle club brought some other interesting information, as Rory was introduced to another individual named Larry, a bartender at the motorcycle club. A particularly friendly and intriguing individual, someone that might be interesting to follow up on at a later date. Deadbeat also found out that a person from his past, a young woman who he had tried to forget about, tried to leave behind, was on his trail and was finding her way to Tampa and would be here soon. Something that definitely unnerved Deadbeat. Something that Rory picked up on as she saw a shift in his attitude very quickly after finding out. And then there was Delphine, having a conversation with the warder, Charles. A conversation where she tried to find out how she could have her shame, a shame she'd carried with her from Michigan, removed. How she could redeem herself. She was told the only way she could redeem herself was if she could redeem her fellow brother in shame, Deadbeat. A task that seems almost impossible if you know anything about Deadbeat. But a task, nonetheless, that she would have to take on. Because she is the Theurge. She is the spiritual counsel. She would have to be the conscience and the heart of this pack. But he wasn't going to leave her without some advantage. And that is when he unveiled to her the secrets of the pack. He unveiled to her all that he had found out in months of research into this particular pack. And that is where we continue our story tonight. Let us go now to our first scene as the Theurge and the pack leader meet in the bawn of the cairn of the Sept of the Evening Star. Our scene begins in the woods outside of the clearing that makes up the cairn of the Sept of the Evening Star. Delphine, you have found out quite a bit about your fellow pack members, and you've had a couple of days to ruminate over this information that you've found out about each and every member. The thing that you found out about Raymond is that he can't save him. Now, that's a very vague statement, to be sure. And it's probably intentionally put that way. There's a lot that can be unpacked there. Are you going to approach it directly? Or is it something that you're going to allow Raymond to bring to you? These are all things to be considered. Now, Ray, you also have your own motivations for this meeting. There's been a lot that you've had to consider about as you've come to learn more about this sept, about this cairn, about this city. This cairn is unlike any other that you've witnessed or been exposed to before. Even in your research about Garou culture and cairns, you've never heard about anything like this. Now, you know that Delphine is a young Theurge, but she's the only access you have that you can trust and I use that term loosely, in this place. The only access to back home, the only access from home. Your spiritual guide, for the most part. Someone you can talk to. And she's been learning from Eliza, so maybe she has some more information. Maybe she has some answers to the questions that you've been seeking. Or at least maybe she can put some more of those puzzle pieces together. So as you both go into this conversation, what's going through your minds? Delphine, we'll start with you.
She's been really introspective the past few days in a way that would probably make her father proud, as she's been trying to figure out and plot ways that she can manipulate her packmates into opening up. The directions that she can take with each individual one is not going to be the same for across the board. She has to figure out how to best approach each one and tailor these subtle manipulations to them specifically, people she doesn't know anything about, as she has realized after her conversation with Charles, which makes the road ahead a lot more daunting and a lot rockier and uncertain. So she's going into this a little nervous because Ray is the one she feels like she has the least amount of knowledge about.
And Raymond, what's going through your mind?
It's been a while since me and Delphine have actually sat down and talked. Probably the last one-on-one conversation we had was before we left Hell. Every other time, there's been a couple other people around. So hopefully, with me being able to talk with her one-on-one, I'll be able to get some answers, or at least lead to the answers that I need when it comes to understanding the cairn. I also want to get her opinion on the sept itself and what she thinks of the elders. This is a good catch-up that I think we need to have that we haven't had in a while.
So as you have agreed to meet in a particular location at a particular time, you find each other at a spot in the woods outside of the clearing, far enough away that you still feel the safety and the protection of the cairn. You still feel that temperate breeze to make it bearable to be in the outdoors of Florida, to avoid that intense humidity that awaits outside of the boundaries of the bawn, so that you can sit and talk in comfort and safety, but not be sweating profusely as the temperatures continue to rise as summer draws nearer and nearer. So finding a nice patch and a log to sit upon, the two of you meet in the late afternoon. The sun coming through some leaves in the trees up above. The scene is yours.
Delphine will be sitting comfortably on the grass. She'll have taken her shoes off. She'll have her fingers kind of digging into the dirt a little bit just to feel more connected to the cairn now that it's starting to push back less as of late. And she'll be looking up and letting a little bit of the sun hit her. She's very much comfortable. Her body language is reading that she, out of everywhere where they've been so far, this is where she's been most comfortable, and she's not hiding it.
approaching the area, I would find the nearest closest tree and kind of sit down against it, get a little bit more in the shade, out of the sun, but still close enough to have the conversation with Delphine. And lean back against it and kind of close my eyes for a few seconds. Sit up. Seems like you've grown comfortable here.
She'll tilt her head down and look at him and just shrug her shoulder. I don't feel the need to not feel comfortable here. It's been welcoming. They know we're pieces of shit, but they still let us stay here. They're teaching us. I'm not being denied an education anymore.
It's good that you were able to find Eliza and that she's willing to teach you. Because, yeah, up north, it was definitely bad. Your situation very bad up there. I agree. So I'm glad. And I do respect that they're giving us the chance and letting us stay here, even though they know how bad we are.
I mean, we didn't make the best first impression, and we're still here, and people have been relaxing a little bit more. Charles isn't being like he was when we first met him. He's not breaking jaws. He's not forcing people to shoot people. He's actually taking time to teach us stuff now. And he has been teaching us stuff. He's been teaching me about guru politics, actually.
Yeah, I had a small conversation with him a few days ago. And yeah, he seems to be a little bit nicer than when we first saw him. But, I mean, I heard that he grew up in the culture, but I didn't think he would be how is he in teaching politics? That seems weird for him.
It's very have you ever been in just like a normal classroom where they're teaching like US history and stuff like that?
Gotcha. So yeah, very verbatim, very.
He's basically giving me some insight. I asked for insight. They say that they want to make this a new nation, but I have no frame of reference to compare it to. If I want to see any pattern recognition or be aware of any pattern recognition, I need to know the pattern. So I'm trying to learn at least about how it was run versus how things are being run here.
And what have you learned? I'm interested to know what you think about how they're doing things different here compared to what you've learned.
Well, you're not dead yet. So that's a good indicator that it's somewhat different. It's at least better rule-wise. They're not going to kill you and Deadbeat after the first meeting like most other Karens and Seps would have done to us.
That is true. And I'm very grateful that I wasn't immediately wasted in the first day that I was here. But what do you think about, other than Charles and other than Eliza, what do you think about everyone else? What is your read on all of them?
What's your read?
I mean, I agree with you on Charles. You know, he's very rough and very violent when we first interacted with him, but he has turned out to be a really decent teacher. He reminds me of drill sergeants back at basic, where they're hard and tough, but they do have good intentions. I don't have much to say about Eliza, other than we've only had the one conversation, but she seems willing to actually teach. I mean, she's teaching you. She's giving the advice she gave us was good. I think Aspen means well, and I got her side of the whole speech that Matthias gave us, and I believe that they want to create a new nation and that they want to move forward and change things, but there are some things that I'm unsure about. I respect their choices and I respect what they're doing, but I don't fully trust their actions yet.
So you don't think it's something that's within their capabilities?
I'm not saying that. It seems like, I mean, from what you said, if we were in the old nation, we would be dead. So they have made changes, they've made strides, but it seems like a daunting task for only 6 Garu to accomplish.
Revolutions start small. But you also say you don't trust them, so why even bother staying here if you don't have faith in it?
I'm not saying that I don't fully trust. There are things that I just don't 100% trust them on.
Like,
Like, I know you've looked around the cairn, and I know you've investigated and done your own way of watching. And though my knowledge is probably more limited than yours, this cairn that they've made with only the 6 of them, just, it doesn't add up and it doesn't make sense for something to be this strong and this powerful. This place, the spirits around, the tree that Rory touched, that's not something I've ever heard of. And yet this place has that power. It has that connection to the spirits. But 6 of them made this, not 13, not a greater force that came and then left. There's a missing link for how this was made. And we haven't been told exactly what that was. What did they do to make this? We know that before this cairn was established, the old one was destroyed. And Aspen destroyed that cairn. So what exactly happened? What are we missing?
I thought you said you haven't been speaking to Eliza about to teach education.
I'm not, but
Then how do you know the intricacies of a right to create a cairn? I don't even know that. And I've been sitting with her for a while.
I mean, not to be rude, but just because up north Sean wasn't teaching you, I had questions and I did ask and I learned some things from him.
So you learned directly from Sean the right to build a cairn.
I didn't learn everything, but
this specifically? It's a yes or
something
no
I
question,
remember.
Ray.
I remember it.
Is he lying? Is he lying?
Roll me a wits and insight.
3 successes.
No?
She'll sigh and shrug a little bit. I don't know, maybe they figured out a way to do the right with less people. Just because the one way you learned it is how you learned it doesn't mean there's other ways there aren't other ways to do it. Have you thought about that?
I've thought about it a little, but if they use less people, then it should mean that the cairn isn't as powerful. If they don't use the full resources available, it should mean that the cairn would be less powerful than what it is now. Wouldn't that be the case? If you use a watered down, less original rite, it should not equate to something more powerful.
Not necessarily. They could have had a stronger connections to the spirits here. They could have done it in a way that was more appealing to them.
That could be the case. That's why I'm asking you for your thoughts.
I think this place is special. And I think that it still has potential to grow. But only if we actually help them.
I mean, we are helping them. We're doing what we're asked, and we're doing the missions given to us. We're learning from them. We're getting trained. We're working step by step to be able to be given a mission by ourselves to be more helpful. We are working towards it.
We're working towards it, but just seems like you have more opinions than actual motivation.
Maybe my opinions are what motivate me to learn and get better so I can help them. If I question, if I ask, and I learn the answers to those questions, and my opinions change, then I can be better.
You can help by helping the rest of us. You can help by helping Deadbeat be better, by helping me be stronger, by helping Rory be more forward, by helping Juniper be more respectful. What's Deadbeat's real name?
I don't know.
What's Juniper's favorite color?
I don't know.
Where was I born?
Kind of look down. I don't know.
Exactly. We don't know anything. I don't know I only know your name is Raymond Gorn. I know that you were in the military, but we don't know anything about each other. We're not going to be of any fucking help if we keep acting the way we've been acting, Ray. You're leading in name, not in spirit.
I've been getting told that a lot, and I don't disagree. I need to do better. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I want to start learning more about everyone. But it's also the same for everyone else in the pack. I mean, do you know where I was born? Do you know my favorite color?
I'm not immune from this.
I know. And so it's not just you questioning my leadership of the pack. We all need to get better acquainted with each other.
Then lead us to that point. Motivate us to do that. Encourage us to be that.
I'm going to start trying.
She'll get up and walk over to him and hold out her hand. Then shake on it. Promise me.
I will put my arm against the tree and help me stand up. And I will reach my hand out and shake her hand.
I'm going to trigger Sight from Beyond.
Okay.
I assume I'm at 1 rage.
Yes.
I'm going to spend willpower to reroll 1 die. 4 successes.
Your sight of Ray doesn't change. You're standing in the exact same spot. You're holding Ray's hand. But as you are holding Ray's hand, Ray starts to change. He starts to shrink. His eyes start to sink in. He starts to grow thinner and thinner and more frail. His skin starts to grow more sallow, as if he's melting away under your very touch. You just start to see him just wither away, as if the very life is draining out of him. He loses pounds, hundreds of pounds in seconds, as if he just becomes a skeleton within 10 seconds, with the skin just clinging to his bones, until he is just this creature still grasping your hand, looking back at you, his sunken eyes staring at you, his teeth visible through his lips, his breath heavy and raspy. The sight is terrifying. I need you to roll me a composure and resolve.
That would be 6 successes with a crit.
Okay, so you don't have to show it on your face, and you don't have to release your grasp, but that does snap you out of the vision.
She blinks and, keeping her face composed, she'll look him in the eye. You're not gonna, unless you help fix us, Ray, you can't fix anyone else. You can't save anyone else.
Can I roll an insight on that for what she's meaning exactly?
Sure.
That's a weird
Yeah.
turn.
Roll me a wits and insight.
Am I also at 1 rage?
Yeah.
All right. It's a 5 with a crit.
That does hit home pretty hard. But also, you're a very paranoid person, especially when it comes to Jordan. Now, it's a vague enough statement that it could mean anyone. You are Guru. Your job is to save the world. So you can't say for certain she means Jordan, but it is a pointed statement. So you could reasonably walk away from this conversation suspect that she knows something. You could take that statement to think that she knows something. But now, how does she know something? Why does she know something? That's the weird part. You've been so careful. How did she find out anything? What does she know? There's no surefire way for her to know. But it is a vague enough statement that you could also intuit she does mean the world. But it is pointed enough that it does seem like she knows something. But I can't say for certain that you can immediately assume that she's talking about Jordan. But you do have reason to be suspicious for sure.
The grip that I have when we're shaking hands will get tighter. And I will lean a little forward and be like, I will keep that in mind.
Good. Something you need to hear.
Yeah. I'll break off the handshake.
She'll lower her arm, but then kind of flex it a little bit over the strong, tight grip he had on it.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Is there anything you need to talk about?
Nope. I'm good.
She'll nod and start walking away, but as she's passing him, my favorite color's pink. And I was born in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. She'll start walking towards the cairn.
As the two of you part ways, Delphine, you head towards the cairn. What are you feeling having seen that vision and having seen his response to your comment?
I feel like Ray is now the most dangerous person in our pack because he's been keeping this. Whatever that was, it was terrifying. It wasn't natural, and it shouldn't exist. She knows nothing. She doesn't know what it is, but it was enough to make her worry about Ray.
And Ray, as you're left standing in the woods, hearing Delphine's footsteps retreat away, what are your thoughts?
The beginning of the conversation, she was making some good points. And I was listening, and I was agreeing. But that last comment she made, what does she know? Does she know? And if she does, what exactly am I going to do?
Paranoia is like poison. Once it starts, it spreads through you. It only takes a little bit. It can be just a word or a sentence, and it just creeps from the back of your skull, and it can spread through your entire body. It can take control of you, almost like the spores that we saw back at Stepford Hell. But Ray isn't the only paranoid one in the pack. Because as we transition to our next scene, we remember the phrase, the spirits are always watching. Our next scene begins in the cairn that same day. Juniper, you've had that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach that began when you heard the phrase, the spirits are always watching. If that's the case, what have they seen? What do they know? It started even before this, all the way back in hell. The spirits caught Delphine and Deadbeat when they went into Sean's house. They caught them, and it ended with the rite of shame. It ended with them getting banished from hell. It ended with you all getting sent away from hell. And now here, you've been told it again. The spirits are always watching. You have more than a few skeletons in your closet, and the bodies are piling up. You can't have the spirits watching. You can't have snitches. Not for the work you do. Especially not after what happened when you went running off to investigate and almost got yourself and Stakes killed doing so. But maybe it was those same spirits watching that saved your life. So who's to say? As these paranoid thoughts have been filling your head, it's driven you to want to speak with the Right Master, Eliza, once more. As you've spent the last few days staying at the cairn, mostly sleeping in lupus form or wandering the forest, you approach the Right Master on this particular afternoon with questions, mostly with the motivation on how to see these spirits, to recognize and detect when they're nearby, probably primarily with the selfish motivation of being able to tell when and if they're watching, so that you can be sure to be on your best behavior in those situations. But tell us, what's going through your mind as you go into this conversation?
Well, honestly, I'm a bit of a mess. I am still reeling a little bit from embarrassing myself in front of the Sept and the pack from our mission and Deadbeat's constant bullying and smartass remarks and being interacted with like I'm the biggest problem here and an issue that needs to be handled, and the reminder that I'm always being watched, always being monitored by these spirits that I can't even see. It's just a lot. I s- it's just a lot, you know? And I want to slowly be able to fix the situation that I'm in and gain the upper hand however I can do that. And I think that figuring out how to see what is seeing me is a good step in that direction.
As you're walking through the clearing, your first instinct is to head towards the garden, as that's where Eliza has been seemingly spending most of her time as of late. As spring nears, growth or planting is a big part of the spring season. But that's not where she's found on this particular afternoon. Instead, you find her sitting over by a tree. This tree is a particularly important tree, a tree that's been given a lot of attention as of late because there is a hole dug beneath the tree, a den dug beneath the tree. And she is sat on a blanket in front of that tree. And as she sits on the blanket, her legs are crossed, her hands are on her knees, and she has a small stone figurine in front of her. And the figurine is in the shape of a wolf. Her eyes are closed, her breath is steady. And she doesn't stir even in the slightest at your approach.
As I get closer and realize that that her eyes are closed and she seems to be like in a deep meditative state of some sort, I just kind of stand there awkwardly, not really knowing what to do because if she's doing some weird ritual or whatever, and if I interrupt and it like fucks up something important, I don't want to be responsible for that. So I just gotta patiently wait for a few minutes.
After a moment, her hand leaves her knee and pats the blanket next to her before returning to her knee.
I as softly as I can, come join her on the blanket and sit down and just kind of look around a little bit and then kind of study her, just kind of trying to figure out what exactly is going on here.
I'm communing. I'm finding balance. I'm finding peace. I'm spending time with an old friend. You're not interrupting, Juniper. How can I help you?
Oh, I just like take a moment to look around again, but I don't see anybody. Well, um, kind of scratch the back of my head awkwardly. I just, I actually came to talk about the spirit side of things.
Well, that's my bread and butter, darling. And she turns, shifting on the blanket, her eyes open at this point, her smile showing the wrinkles on her face, almost like a map of experience and age, creasing all across her skin, gently. She's beautiful in her age, and you can only assume she was even more beautiful in her youth. But she has lived a long and likely very difficult life. But as she looks at you, her features are soft. So let's talk spirits. What would you like to know?
Uh, kind of, I'm kind of taken aback by the softness that she is showing me. Obviously, I'm not used to being looked at like this, and since I've been welcomed into this part of the world, so it takes me a second to kind of like come back to my senses and remember how to speak. Um, uh, well, I mean, I don't even know where to start. Um, I guess you said something about like them always watching. You said the spirits are always watching, and I I don't see anything. I don't really interact with anything. I don't see any spirits, and I guess I'm just curious about how to see it all. I feel like I'm missing out on an entire aspect about the worlds that we as Guru live in.
Well, let's start with the first thing. You do see the spirits, but you're seeing them in a different form. You're seeing them in the way they are seen here. Because almost everything around you is a spirit. Almost every blade of grass, every tree, every animal, almost every machine. Everything is comprised of spirits. So when I say the spirits are always watching, it's because almost everything around you is a spirit. For better or worse. You are seeing spirits, but you are not seeing them in their natural state. Once you have this knowledge, you start to understand the respect they're due. Once you understand that the animals that you are hunting are also spirits, once you understand that the car you're driving is made up of spirits, once you understand that the air you're breathing is given to you by spirits, that the fire that warms your hearth is produced by spirits, you start to understand spirits. And as you start to understand spirits, you start to gain insight into spirits. And the further that insight grows, the more clarity you get, and that clarity grants vision. Now, yes, there are gifts involved. Having the ability to see into the Umbra is a necessary part in being able to truly see the spirits. But some of the spirits don't take forms that can be seen. Not always. But for the spirits it seems you're looking for, that's the gift you'll need.
You know, when I was growing up, my parents would always talk about how everything around us is alive. That there's just this shared collective consciousness that's in everything. And they taught me to try and live in balance with our land and, the world around me. And this sounds very similar to that. I guess I just didn't realize that everything is its own, like it kind of like its own spirit. I thought that there was just kind of like a sense of awareness that everything has.
To a certain degree. Gaia is the collective. That is the overall awareness that you speak of. But yes, there are individual spirits that make up the individual entities. The fox spirit, for example, is the representation of all foxes, but there are also individual foxes as well. They are like avatars of the greater fox spirit. So you could be speaking to the great fox spirit itself, or you could be speaking to the lesser fox spirits. The greater fox spirit is higher up on the spiritual food chain, or the spiritual order, as it were. Or you could speak to the lesser fox spirit, otherwise known as perhaps a jagling. A jagling being a servitor spirit. Usually messengers, or those tasked with duties. They have a hierarchy, much like ourselves. Much like any entities, really. So spirits take many shapes, and they all have their roles to play. If you consider Gaia to be the highest form, the overall consciousness, then there is a breakdown from there.
I nod my head in understanding. Why don't we just naturally see it all?
Because we have restrictions? Because we are part human? We are only part spirit. A third of us is spirit. And that comes with restraints. If you consider that a third of us is wolf, a third of us is spirit, and a third of us is human, that's not a lot of spirit in us. So while that grants us a great deal of abilities, we can tap in to that spiritual ability. It's limited. Now, when and if we join the spiritual beyond, then, and only then, will we have full access to all that being a spirit is. But before that, we are still bound by the limitations of being mortal. I suppose we haven't earned that right yet.
Does everyone go into the Umbra when they pass over? Or is it just Guru? Or
That is a very complicated question, my dear, but the simplest answer is yes. There is a place called the Shadowlands. The Shadowlands is a part of the Umbra. It is a deep part of the Umbra, a part where our kind do not tend to tread. Can we get there? Yes. Do we go there? No. Not willingly. Not if we can avoid it. This is the place where the dead rule. This is, well, this is where dead spirits go. It is the gateway to the afterlife, but it is also the place of unfinished business, the place where ghosts are made. Wraiths, as we like to call them. This is where mortals go when they die. This is where leeches should go, but instead are turned into leeches.
why do all humans go there? Like, why is it only like the Guru that go into a different spot or a different area or something?
Well, that's an interesting debate. I wouldn't say that Guru are the only ones that go. It depends on a choice, really. Some Guru do pass on to the afterlife. They do not join their spiritual brethren. Some, when their fight is over, choose to join their mortal families in the great beyond. And that is okay. They've earned that right. They've fought their fight. Their fight is over. Their service is done. Others, like myself, bind themselves to the fight, everlasting. We have chosen to see this fight till its very end, by any means necessary, even beyond death. Therefore, when my time on this mortal world is done, my fight, my duty is not over. I will continue to serve. But that is my choice. That is not a requirement of all Guru.
Is that a choice that we would have to make now, or is that something that you make when you know you're going to die?
That's another complicated question. You will have several opportunities to make that choice. There are times that opportunity may be presented to you, where once you make it, you will not be able to unmake it. These opportunities will come to you before death. At death, you will have an opportunity to still offer your wisdom to those who seek it beyond death. As an ancestor, you will be able to provide guidance, provide strength, provide wisdom when called upon. Jester and myself call upon the wisdom of the ancestors on a regular basis. We ask for the guidance of Guru of the past to aid us in our tasks. Now, they may have passed on, but their wisdom remains. Their strength remains. Their spirits are at rest, but their ability is still here with us.
Kind of like an echo of who they
Yes.
once were.
Yes, very good. That is how you can continue to serve without being bound.
I I have so many questions. Um, when you say bound, is it like to a specific place that's attached to Gaia? Because as I understand it, there's like different like connections between everything. So it would you be like stuck in a certain spot? Or is it just being like bound to the spiritual end of fighting in the Umbra?
Well, that's an interesting question, isn't it? To be honest, I don't have a true answer to that. That is still something I am learning. In my current understanding, when you bind yourself, when you make that decision in life, you are binding yourself to a place. And there are very few places left on this earth where this decision, this opportunity is available. This happens to be one of them. You are standing in one of them. When bound, this is where you will be. Can you fight elsewhere? Can you be called upon elsewhere? I do not know. I would like to believe so, but I am not sure, as I have not lived it yet. Or, well, I suppose, been given experience of it yet. I am still alive after all. But I would like to believe so. However, this is all still very new to me. I am still learning a great deal about it myself.
That's fair. We never really stop learning throughout our lives.
Oh no, certainly not.
I still have a couple more questions.
Oh, darling,
Is
don't
it
limit yourself to a couple. You will have many, many questions, but you do not have to ask them all today. You can ask me anytime.
I kind of laugh at that and nod my head. I know I will have lots more questions, but is there any way to see past loved ones without going into the Shadowlands? Like, I I wasn't able to say goodbye to my family, and if there's a way that I could, it would mean a lot.
She pauses at that, and you see her expression grow sad. I would love to tell you that there was. I would love to say that you could call upon them and I could guarantee that they would hear you, or that I could call them forth and you could see them and speak to them, that you could have a moment with them. But in truth, if they have found peace, if they have found rest, if they have passed on, then no. You will not see them. They will hear you if you say your words, if you say goodbye, but you will not see them. You will not hear them. You will just have to be at peace in the knowledge that they heard you. And that will have to be enough. Because to call them forth, to bring them here, would be to do damage to them, would be to disturb their rest. It would be would be a terrible thing. Something unnatural. I'm sorry. I have had the impulse myself. My beloved Joseph, my beloved Orion. I've wanted nothing more than to say my goodbyes to them. And I have not been able to do so. I have just had to live with the knowledge that they know. And I will never see them again, even after death. Because I decided to bind myself and they did not. And they were Guru.
I kinda tear up a little bit and wipe my eyes. Sorry. I I was really hoping that the answer would be different.
I know. I know. But there is another option. You can go to them after all this is over. They will be waiting for you. That is your just reward when all this is done. And you deserve it. But you have to finish this fight. You can't go rushing to them now, because you will end up in the Shadowlands. With unfinished business, you will end up a wraith. And that is a much more terrible fate. Because wraiths can find their way to oblivion. And they do not go to the other side. Ever.
What's oblivion?
A fate worse than death. Imagine living in eternity as an object, as a paperweight, screaming, tormented.
That just sounds like hell.
That is hell, for all intents and purposes. Not hell as it's imagined with brimstone and fire, but that is where ghosts go. Ghosts whose business is not settled.
Is there any way to help those who've been trapped there?
Not without putting ourselves at risk of becoming them. And that is a fight we do not want. It's a fight we would surely lose. I have been to the Shadowlands before. It is a terrifying place. And I have seen places where the Umbra is at its worst, where the worm has done terrible things to Gaia. And the Shadowlands still gives me nightmares.
These parts just kind of make it feel kind of hopeless.
It's not. As I said, live your life to the fullest. Fight the fight. Do the work. And when the fight is done, your just reward will be waiting.
What if I die before the fight is done?
Your fight will be done. Serve Gaia well, and she will take you to the other side.
I can't help but feel that if I do that, then it's just, in a sense, giving up.
Why?
I was told I was chosen for this and to fight to help restore balance to everything, and I feel like if there's a point where I stop and, in a sense, walk away when I know that I can still keep fighting no matter what state I'm in, that would just be kind of it would just be kind of giving it all up after I made the choice to fight.
Juniper, nobody expects you to fight forever. You would not be giving up. Those who choose to bind themselves do so for other reasons. If you are choosing to move on, there is no one that would fault you. Some of us made this choice for other reasons. Whether it's because they had nothing waiting for them on the other side, whether it's because the ones they love made that choice. Whether it's because they know the ones on the other side are already taken care of. My beloved Orion, for example, I know he is safe and he is loved. And that's all I could ever want.
Well, my family is already passed on and are safe and loved. And I've been given the opportunity to fight and stop those that killed them. I don't think I'll ever want to stop, because they'll just keep doing it until it's all stopped. And I can't just walk away knowing that I can continue doing something.
Well, you don't have to make that choice now. But when the time comes for you to make that choice, you'll consider it then.
Yeah. And I kind of like wipe my face. Sorry. I'm gonna ask a different question now.
Of
And
course.
just kind of take a deep breath here. You were saying that you and Jester call upon the ancestors for guidance and stuff. How do you do that?
Well, that's a very good question. Big part of it comes from knowing their stories, learning the history, absorbing the knowledge. Lucky enough for you, you are in a perfect place and have a good opportunity to do so. This place contains a great deal of knowledge, a great many stories, and you have surrounded yourself with individuals that have been around quite a while and know quite a bit. So if you sit with myself, with Jester, with the other elders, with Stakes even, and just listen, learn, hear the stories of the great deeds others have done, hear the silver record. The more you learn, the more you absorb. You can call upon those particular guru of legend for the deeds that they have done, for the actions that they have done. If you need, for example, the strength of Ryder, for he was a brave and strong warrior. In a moment when you need strength, if you call upon his strength, you reach out to him, he may visit you and grant you his strength. And with that, you will grow stronger. Now, there is a particularly strong gift that my people, my tribe, is known for. And with that, she closes her eyes and starts to hum. And as she does so, she starts to beat her chest. And in doing so, you see a black streak form in the middle of her hair, going down her back. And as she opens her eyes become yellow through with black pupils. And long claws extend from her fingertips. And when she stops chanting, she looks to you, and all of the features remain. The long black streak through her hair, the claws, the eyes. I have called upon 3 ancestors, and I have adopted their features, but I have also been granted their abilities. She points to the streak in her hair. Joseph Blackrock. She points to her claws. This is a new one. Digs with turtle. And then she points to her eyes. Howls at the blood moon.
That's actually really cool.
You stick around long enough, you live long enough, maybe I'll teach it to you. But you gotta be better at self-preservation there, Juniper.
My eyes just kind of widen a little bit and I nod my head. Yeah, I definitely learned a thing or two about going off on my own.
You have nothing to be ashamed of. And you have nothing to be tucking your tail between your legs about. It's natural to be curious. You're eager to fight. We all are. This is a very bad situation you found yourself in, and you want to do good. You want to strike back. But you have to understand, this is a very deadly foe. And they've been at it a lot longer than you have. They are much more prepared, they are better equipped. And well, she shakes her head and closes her eyes, and the black streak dissipates from her hair, and the claws sink back into her fingers. They have no qualms about killing you. In fact, that's exactly what they want. That's what they're meant to do. Bring about destruction and decay. You're young. You have a great deal to learn. You are strong. You have a fire inside you that burns like an inferno. And it would be wonderful if that was enough. If that's all it took, we would have won this fight long ago. But it's not. Not yet. We need wisdom. We need honor. And we need glory all together. No one of those is enough.
Well, if I'm being honest, I think what I definitely need most right now is more wisdom.
Well, that happens to be my specialty. And I am happy to share it with you. You're already well on your way with the questions you've asked here today. Amongst those spirits I've mentioned, the spirits that are always watching, there are other spirits who are looking to take advantage of you when you are at your weakest, when you are at your most vulnerable.
Like the wolf that
Like the
people
wolf.
have been seeing.
But others, Banes. those that see you hurting, those that see you angry, those that see you weak. We are just as susceptible to them as anyone else. You may think it's just the voice in the back of your head telling you to do bad things. You may think it's just your impulses telling you to seek out revenge, telling you to go a little further, that they deserve it. But in reality, it might be something else, looking to make a home inside of you, looking to take control of you.
How can you tell?
With time and practice, you can identify them, but truth be told, you can't always. The more powerful the Bane, the harder it is to tell. But that's why you get a good theurge by your side. That's our job, to look out for these things.
I look down at my hands and sigh. And what if the theurge of your own pack has been accused of infecting themselves with veins?
Well, let me tell you, firsthand, she's not infecting herself with banes. Poison, yes. Banes, no. Not yet, at least.
Not yet.
Not that I've seen.
What? Oh. Oh. Oh, that. Okay. I see.
I'm always gonna look out for you, pups. My job as right master, and as just a caring old grandma, is to look out for anybody who enters this sept. And just for Guru in general. I can't help myself. That's her fight, her struggle, her own personal struggle to overcome. And she knows. I've told her. All we can do now is support her in that fight to overcome it. It's her personal demon.
Yeah. We definitely all have our own demons to tackle.
Yes. Luckily, I had a family to support me in overcoming mine.
How Delphine and I don't really get along the greatest. I don't think that she gets my humor. I've attempted to make jokes that have not landed well, and has made things a little tense. And do you have any advice on how I can support her or anything? I need to start trying to get along with everyone, and yeah.
If humor doesn't work, try kindness. And if kindness isn't your strong suit, just ask questions. Let them talk. You listen. People love talking about themselves. So just ask questions. How are you? How are you feeling? What's the best part of your day? Honestly, you don't even have to care about the answer. But you should try caring. But for a start, you don't have to. Just let them talk. Just asking is a good step forward.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
And when
I
they
think-
ask, answer. But don't answer with sarcasm. Don't answer with derision. Don't share more than you're willing to, of course. But be willing to share, even a little bit. You'll be surprised. You might be willing to share more and more as time progresses, especially as they share more and more.
My face kind of scrunches up a little bit at that. I'll do my best with that.
That's all you can do.
Yeah. Well, speaking of listening, do you mind if I sit here and commune with everything around us with you?
I would love that. Start
I
with
think-
breathing. You'll start to hear it in a bit of time.
Okay. And I get a little bit more relaxed and kind of stretch out a little bit and take a few deep breaths and close my eyes like I saw her doing when I got here.
After this conversation with Eliza, what's going through your mind?
Despite getting emotional there for a moment when talking about my family and coming to the difficult realization that I won't be able to see them, I'm feeling okay. A lot more okay than I was coming up to her, and I feel way more relaxed than I thought would be possible. And I think that coming to talk to Eliza is probably one of the best decisions I've made since coming down to Tampa. And that maybe this place isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
With that, we transition to another conversation between someone seeking answers and a mentor with some blunt truths. Our next scene begins out in the bawn of the cairn of the Sept of the Evening Star. Rory, you've been seeking out Stakes Her Claim, the mentor of your pack. She's an elder of the pack and of your former Sept, being that she's only 6 years old in human terms, but she carries the wisdom of a much older guru. Now, normally she can be found in her lupus form prowling out in the woods, but you know, or you've come to know, that she has a favorite spot along the river where she likes to sit and sometimes watch fish jumping out of the water, where she likes to pick up game trails along the water's edge. So as you head out to the river, what's going through your mind in preparation for this conversation with Stakes Her Claim?
She's just kind of reflecting on previous conversations and encounters she's had with the rest of the pack and how they've reacted to things she said, how she's reacted to things she said. Her last well, the last conversation that they had with Eliza has kind of been sticking with her the most, especially about talking about family and all that, and just how that's kind of how we all are at this point. It's supposed to be family, but the only thing she really feels that may be close to family is like how annoying it has been, how frustrating, and not the other things that come with family. And if the small efforts she has been making to try and strengthen each other's like bonds, is it really worth it? Is it really making an effort?
As you reach the edge of the river and are walking along, you don't see Stakes at first, and you don't see any sign of her, but it's the sound of a rock going plunk in the water that catches your attention, followed by another rock going plunk. You head up the river's edge to where you find Stakes in her Hamid form, which is surprising in the first part, seeing her holding a handful of rocks, throwing them into the water, one after another, going plunk, plunk, and getting more and more frustrated as she's chucking the rocks into the water.
Hello there, Stakes. You having some troubles?
I don't fucking get it. We're supposed to skip.
Rory's gonna look for a good skippable rock.
As you find one on the ground, you can see that first off, she's using absolutely the wrong kind of rocks, and she's throwing them overhand, which is absolutely the wrong way to do it. She is not doing it right at all.
Well, first off, you want something that looks a little bit more like this. And she'll show Stakes the flatter rock.
Why?
And you're gonna... It's better for getting that skip. And you're throwing it the wrong way. You want to throw it like this, and Rory's going to attempt to skip that stone.
All right, give me a dexterity and athletics.
I got 2.
It actually does skip a couple of times across the water's edge, maybe like 2 to 3 times. Stakes watches the water skip, or the rock skip a couple times across the water, and you see her eyebrows kind of shoot up and a small smirk go across her face as she watches with delight. But then she immediately frowns, trying to cover up her excitedness. All right, that was kind of cool. She looks down at her large, round rocks and just immediately throws them all at once into the water, giving a big splash before she starts looking along the river's edge for a flat rock.
I'll also look for a few more and just kind of make a little pile of them. And then maybe skip 1 or 2 more after we've collected like a decent amount of like good skippable rocks.
So as the two of you gather up rocks and start tossing them into the river, she's very bad at it, but over time you can see that she's starting to pick it up with your teaching. So what brings you out here?
Figured maybe you can give me some words of wisdom and insight and maybe help me feel like I'm going less insane than I feel I am.
Apparently you don't put all the toilet paper in the toilet. There's some wisdom.
Is that what happened the other night? Is that why we had to rush out of there? And she's now trying to fight back a smirk.
This is why I just go outside.
Yeah, you're only supposed to use a little to just clean it all out, and then it usually goes down nice and easy.
The toilet started overflowing, so I had to clean up all the water, so it needed more towel. Anyway, that's not the point. What did you need advice about?
I don't know, I feel like I'm trying to help the others, but things are falling on deaf ears. Like, isn't that what galliards and whatnot are supposed to do? Give those words of wisdom? Help advise, in a sense? I don't know. I'm still learning all this shit.
Yeah. Yes, that is what they're supposed to do. But also, you don't give up just because they're being pricks about it. Yes, you've got a hard job. And the others aren't going to make it easy. But nothing in life is easy. You start by getting through to one of them. And then you have a teammate. And the two of you get through to the others. And then you get a third. And a fourth. You gotta focus on one. You're trying to get all of them at the same time. And it shouldn't be Deadbeat, first of all. If that's the one you're focusing on, you're out of your league. I know he's a rat like us, but dude's an asshole. I love him, but he's an asshole.
I'm aware. I knew him before all of... And she'll motion to her and Stakes this. He was a piece of shit even then.
What do you want? For you.
She's just gonna kind of look at the stone she has in her hand for a minute. And then toss it terribly. As much as I want to wring out all their necks, I don't want to see another death through someone's eyes. I don't want to feel that again. With anyone. Especially, as much, like I said, I want to strangle them all. I'm worried one day we're gonna do something so stupid that I'm gonna be avoiding things in the house in case I see what happens to them through their eyes.
Stakes frowns at that and looks at the water. You're going to see a lot more death, Rory. I wish I could tell you you're not, but you are. And I don't know if you'll see it through their eyes or if you'll see it through your own. This life, there's a lot of death in this life. There's a lot of killing in this life. But there's also a lot of growing in this life. There's a lot of good, too. There's a lot of helping. You have to balance it out. Got to make sure that there's enough good memories to balance out the bad ones. But they're not going to stop, and you're not going to get away from them. You're not going to be able to shield yourself from them or block them. They're coming, and you have to be ready for them.
I know. Guess I'm just trying to be hopeful. That maybe the good will outweigh the bad someday. I don't know. If there is money good out there at this point, it's hard to see it past everything going on. And
There is. There's good. It is hard to see. We've been losing this fight for a very long time. But every victory, no matter how small, is still a victory. Every time we help someone, every time we stop one of those housing developments, or we stop them from planting those seeds, we're stopping another bad thing from happening.
yeah, that's true. I suppose you are right on that part. You think we'll ever actually, as a pack, have the good qualities of a family?
I think we have them now. I think we just have to start living them. Families fight. Families can be mean to each other. We just have to find the other stuff. It's there. I've seen it. I saw it when you all stood up for Delphine. I saw it when you stood up for Ray against Juniper. I saw it on the boat.
I'll take a moment to kind of process that. Yeah, I guess you have a point there. So then, who do you think I should start with? Ray is already annoyed at me. Well, you know how Deadbeat and I are. And I'm sure Juniper ain't my biggest fan after, well, that outing.
I know I said you shouldn't start with Deadbeat, but actually I think you've had the most success with him, funny enough.
She's gonna give Stakes a very confused look. What makes you say that?
Deadbeat doesn't spend time with anyone he doesn't want to spend time with. He may pretend he doesn't want to, but he doesn't tolerate people he doesn't want to tolerate. He doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do. He complains. He whines. But if he ends up doing it, it's because he wants to. Deep down. He just needs to be given the motivation to. And you've gone out with him a few times.
It's only because I had things he wanted or he knew he can get something out of it.
Are you sure?
I mean, yeah. Only way I got him off the couch that one night was because I told him I'd give him one of my secrets.
What has he come back with from the last few outings that was of any real value to him?
Well, some dirt and leverage on me, I guess.
What about the biker club?
You got a point there, I guess.
He doesn't do favors.
She'll kind of just sit down, leave any rocks that are left in the pile for Stakes, if she wants to skip them. Kind of think about all of their encounters now. So now are you telling me I should continue with Deadbeat or I should stop? 'Cause now I'm a little confused.
I think you should continue. Now that I think about it, now that I really think about what's happened, all jokes aside, I think he respects you more than anyone else. Well, other than me.
That's because you're very respectable. It's very
I-
hard to not respect you.
I could kick his ass too.
Boy, I would love to see that. Speaking of kicking ass, I know we're doing all the training with Charles as well, but maybe you can give me a few pointers. Not in this form though, because I'm weak as shit this way. I'm aware of that. But even though it's been a few months, I'm still not quite used to not being like this, and I'd like to get a little bit more comfortable with that since it's a part of me and all that.
Your strongest form, believe it or not, isn't your war form. It's helpful in a pinch, but it only works for desperate times and short amounts of time. You can get a lot done as a wolf. And I can show you some of the things you can get done as a wolf.
I'd really appreciate that.
Spend more time with Deadbeat. Spend some time with Delphine. Delphine's really committed to making this work, and Deadbeat's actually coming over to your side of things. He's actually, I think, growing fond of you. The others will come around eventually.
Alright. I'll stick to that. I'll tolerate his complaining about my music a little more, I suppose.
Just remember, you're going to get what you give. So if you're holding back, they are going to too.
She's just gonna nod to that and stare off at the water. Kind of let it go quiet as she continues to think and ponder.
While you're staring off at the water, before you know it, you look back, and Stakes has transitioned into her lupus form. She stares at you, and then she barks out, urging you to change as well.
She'll stand up and she'll take off her clothes because she doesn't want to rip yet another set. And she will shift into her lupus form.
As you shift, dropping down to all fours, the fur spreading out over your limbs, your hands becoming paws, your senses becoming sharper, everything taking a blue and yellow tone with some grayscale edging. The two of you head off into the woods, Stakes taking you along game trails and paths as she begins to teach you the wolves' way of doing things. We transition now to our final scene of the first half, where what seems like it's going to be a date becomes something much, much different. Deadbeat, with everything that's happened over the last few weeks, you've had a lot going through your mind. Everything that happened in Stepford Hell, up in Old Seminole Heights, the encounter with that mysterious stranger, your encounter at the castle. And then, of course, there's the news from Michigan, your past coming back to haunt you. It's a lot to weigh on a person. And the last time you felt any real sense of balance or kind of peace, true peace, or relief, was that encounter at the castle. That stranger, Heather. She made you feel like a different person, a better person. You would never help a stranger. You had an opportunity, and you just passed it up. Why? How? Sure, you ended up walking away with some money that night, but it could have been more. With that in mind, you pull out the business card and you dial the number. She answers and you make plans to meet up, and she gives you an address. Now in your mind, you're thinking, maybe it's going to be a date. So while you're heading over to meet up with Heather, what's going through your mind?
I have a couple of things kind of weighing on me right now. I'm trying to focus on the good times, this potential, coming in. I got this, this nice shirt on right now that says "Blow Me" with a little, I forget the name of those things, but with like I can't remember the name of it, but just a shirt like that. Thinking that I might get a little bit of action here tonight. But there's still the thoughts on the back of my head weighing on me, especially the boat incident still there, the talks that I've had recently, the feeling of being trapped, which I hate. Normally, before, what I would do if that whenever something starts rearing its ugly head or when things started getting really shitty, I could just leave. Nothing really hold me back, but now I'm kind of caught here. I can't leave like I want to, and it's kind of bothering me a lot. And trying to reconcile with that, and especially with everyone telling me that that I know me from before, telling me that I can. It's been a challenge. So maybe this will be a nice little relief just to get some get some action, or at least get some good times going to just get all that out of my head for now, at least for another night.
So when you arrive at the address you were given, expecting to arrive at an apartment complex, instead, you arrive at a business complex. A small 2-story building with several small kind of businesses inside the building. There's a construction firm, a law firm, a small law firm, a couple of social workers, and then there's Heather Rivers, therapist. You go in to the building and head up to the suite that is on the business card, and you knock on the door to the office, and there she is as she opens the door. She's in a nice button-up shirt and mini skirt, professional attire for the most part. She gives you a smile as she opens the door, her curly hair down to her shoulders. Hey, DB. Good to see you again. Come on in. I'll just be a minute.
Yeah, I was gonna say, kind of thought we were meeting up at your place. I mean, having your own office, kind of cool, I guess. I mean,
Oh, yeah, I was just wrapping up some work. How are you doing?
I mean, could be better, but could be worse. Had a nice night drinking, though. You know, Buzzkill Squad tried to come in and ruin it. At least got a nice few drinks before that happened.
Oh, really? Where were you drinking at this time? Castle again?
Nah, it's like someplace in like St. Pete. It was like a club opening. I can't exactly remember the name of it right now because I had a the free drinks kept coming, and it kind of didn't really matter to me. Just fresh place to go with new people.
Free drinks. Must have been quite the club opening. And you said you were there with your friends?
Acquaintances, work buddies, I guess.
And what bothered you about it?
Like take a moment, think about that question. Also, like kind of looking around the office a little bit, taking in the environment.
As you look around the office, it's primarily got white walls. There's a nice brown couch with overstuffed pillows off on one wall. There's two blue chairs that surround a nice oval coffee table, a white and blue patterned carpet underneath the table. There's a brown desk with two gray chairs off to one side. It's a very comfortable looking office. There's wood floors. It seems like a really relaxing space.
Yeah, if I kind of like think about it, I look over to the couch, though. Meander my way over there, kind of taking a seat, like one leg up, arm resting over the back of it, the other arm grabbing one of the pillows, kind of looking over a little bit, just flipping it up in the air, just kind of bored, as I'll say. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question again? One more time.
What bothered you about being out with your work associates that night?
Just a lot of them are just kind of preachy, to be honest. And there's this one chick I work with, total psycho. She tried to punch me, Too bad she can't throw a punch worth shit, but.
So you got in a fight?
I wouldn't say I got into a fight. She tried to fight, and I pushed her off. She had to go chill out. I guess, I don't know. I guess if you can't handle the heat, don't step in the kitchen, right? Something like that.
So you didn't hit her back?
Nah, it'd be like, kind of messed up, I guess. Like, she is a chick, right? You're not supposed to hit chicks.
Well, it makes sense to want to defend yourself, but showing some restraint is good also. Why do you think she wanted to hit you?
She just couldn't handle some jokes we were making, the ribbing and verbal jousting, you know how it is. Friends and work buddies.
Well, which is it? Friends or work buddies? Because I thought they were work associates.
We're supposed to call each other buddies. That's kind of like our whole thing, is that we're supposed to be friends and we're supposed to get along, especially with like the upper ups of our place, like the senior position people. They always kind of make us work together a bit more, but just ain't really working out like that. I mean, most of them are pretty boring. Don't really like being around any of them. Some of them are kind of decent, I guess. Me at least know how to have fun. Most of them just kind of, I don't even know what they do, to be honest. I half the time, if I imagine what they're doing outside of me hanging out with them, just staring at a wall watching paint dry or something. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't sound like you think of them as buddies. Do they think of you as a buddy?
Probably not. I mean, they kind of all. I mean, they have a nickname for me. Call me Deadbeat. So I doubt they really see me as a great old pal of theirs.
So do you think they take kindly to jokes and ribbing?
I mean, I didn't start it. She was the one that was saying stuff first and talking about how, shit that I went through and saying that, like some work stuff we're going through and I was struggling with. And she thought it, nice to make jokes about it. But when I, clap back at her and she can't handle it, like for some reason I'm the bad guy.
So it sounds like it's a lot more contentious than was first assumed. Maybe she was baiting you.
This how it starts, by the way. This like, am I in therapy right now? Is this what's going on here? Is what we're doing?
I don't know. Do you want to be?
No, I don't have insurance. I can't cover that shit.
I didn't ask if you had insurance.
Besides, I'm a tough guy. I don't need to go to therapy. That's for people who can't handle their shit. That's what at least everyone I've seen that gone to there.
DB, all we're doing is talking. It's not a bad thing to want to talk. To work through what you're feeling doesn't make you not tough, doesn't make you not strong. In fact, some of the strongest people I know talk about what they're feeling, talk about what they're dealing with. It actually makes you stronger and tougher to be willing to admit what you're going through, to face your struggles, to deny what you're faced with, to deny the things you're struggling with is a sign of weakness. Being able to talk about it out loud, being able to admit it to others, being able to say, this bothered me, or I'm hurting, shows confidence, shows strength. In fact, talking these things out usually helps make them better, quicker. But if you don't want to talk about your problems, you don't have to. I'm not forcing you into anything. I'm not asking you to do this. We're just talking. If you want, we can go out. We can get some drinks. We can have a lovely evening. But it seems like you're bothered. It seems like you've had a really stressful week. And I would be just as happy to sit here and have a conversation with you. I'm not worried about money. I'm not worried about insurance. I'm worried because I see somebody who's in pain. I see somebody who's struggling. And I see somebody with a lot on their mind. So I ask again, why do you think she wanted to punch you?
I let out a small sigh as the pillow was kind of flipping in my hand. I just kind of hold for a second, squeeze, and just set back down to where it was. As I'll now actually kind of put my hand back from over the couch, sit up. It's we just got a lot of shit going on. She just doesn't like me as like, a dude. Just kind of don't get along with each other, and we she's especially pissed about some stuff that happened. Like we knew each other in Michigan. Uh, some stuff that happened, that I was a part of, you know, got us in trouble pretty much. So she's been holding that against me pretty hard. even though it wasn't also entirely just my fault, but she seems to be getting along just fine with, some of the other people that were at fault for it, but whatever.
So she blames you for something that's partially your fault and has had consequences for her.
Yeah, but it was for the best for all of us anyways. Like, and, it was, like, how we figured out things, and, you know, it was for the best. Things weren't great up there.
Does she see it that way?
I don't know. I really don't talk with her, to be honest. I kind of stay away from her. Last time I had a conversation with her one on one, she like freaky. She was weird, not in a good way either, but like she was just gave me all sorts of weird vibes.
Well, I want you to try an exercise with me, if you will. Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. Let's say I'm you and you're her, and I did something that took you away from everything you knew, everything you loved. I took you away from your home, your friends, your life, and I moved you all the way across the country to a new place with someone you don't get along with, someone you're forced to be with, the person you blame for all this, regardless of the circumstances. I'm going into this situation, whether it's better or not, already holding a grudge. Or I should say, you're going into this situation blinded by that. Do you think it's easy to recognize what's good around you when you're already mad?
I imagine it would be probably a little hard, especially because she does seem to be mad really often. That seems to be her default emotion, to be honest. That or sad. Both of them kind of equally frustrating, but it's just so. I feel like it's what. Whenever shit got really sucky for me, I could always just start something new. She should be thankful for that. Going somewhere new, especially away from all the shitty shit you've been going through, and starting something new, you don't gotta worry about what's going on. You can just have a fresh start. And she's not. It's just she doesn't see it, I guess. I mean, I thought it would have been a nice fresh start myself, but it seems like stuff it back up in Michigan keeps coming to follow me, which is weird how that works. I don't know why stuff just keeps, no matter how hard you try to avoid some things, it just keeps coming back and knocking. But
Well, that's a really good point, and I do want to get to that. But let's get back to your work associate here for just a second, and then we'll talk about that. You're right. It is a fresh start and a fresh opportunity. And maybe your associate could see it that way. But it sounds like they're still hung up on what brought them here. It's hard to see the present when you're still stuck in the past. Did you ever apologize for what happened that brought them here? Or at least for your part in it?
I'll like I was looking at her this whole time, but now I'm kind of looking away now after hearing, did you apologize? As I'll for kind of bite my lip for a second. I I didn't apologize. I didn't see the need for it. I considering that we went to something better. You know, seemed like there's no need.
That's fair. It was better for you. but maybe they don't see it that way. Or at least they haven't seen it that way yet.
So
They
what, I
can't
gotta-
see it that way yet because they're still stuck in the fact that they were taken away from everything they had and everything they were doing because of something that was out of their control. Their control was taken from them by someone else, and you're the embodiment of that thing that took their control away.
So what? I gotta say I'm sorry, convince them that, move on from the past, let bygones be bygones. That's
Oh, don't get it twisted. You don't gotta do anything. You have to want to do it. If you want to stay in this situation, you can. If you want to keep getting in fights at bar openings, and if you want to keep walking on broken glass at work, if you want to keep being work associates and not get to that buddy level that your work is apparently urging you to do, you can. You don't have to do anything.
you'll see that I nod to that as I seem to kind of get a little bit of energy or a little bit of happiness from that statement. Like, yeah, that's like kind of the thing the higher ups always making it seem like I have to do the thing. Like they tell me to do this, that I need to do these things, that I need to be like this. But like I can do what the fuck I want, and if I want to be, make things better, then I'll do it because I decided to do so, not because they decide to tell me this is how things gotta be.
There's a lot of control and a lot of power in choice. Making the choice to better your situation. Making the choice to do the right thing. When other people have to choose for you, when other people force good things upon you, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel like control. It doesn't feel like the right thing. It feels like an obligation. It feels like you're dragging your feet. When you choose to apologize for hurting someone, when you choose to move forward together, when you choose to forgive, it feels better. Because it's your choice. Because that's what you want. But also, every choice has consequences, good or bad. So you can choose not to apologize. You can choose not to move forward. And you can stay in the situation you're in. That's fine. But that comes with all of the things you're dealing with now. All of the frustrations. All of the awkward interactions. Or you can choose to bite the bullet and have that very difficult conversation. Have to swallow your pride. And have to apologize and genuinely mean it. Have to eat crow, as they say, or eat shit in this particular case. But that might also mean good things. It might mean going from work associate to buddy. And if they don't forgive you, then you'll have done your part. You'll have brought your 50% in that interaction.
what if I like do all that, and I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna kind of look like a bitch, you know? Like I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna say like be the one to apologize and do all the things, and like a lot of them don't mess with me. Like they mess with me, but they know they can't really mess with me because like they know I'm a tough dude, you know? Like hey, I could whoop any of them. I can do what I want, but if I start like doing that, then like I'm gonna kind of I don't know, like I ain't gonna be as tough as I am. And then what are they gonna do then? Then they're actually gonna start thinking they can start bossing me around more, or you know, that I'm not someone like hey you shouldn't fuck with.
A coward runs away from the truth. The truth is you fucked up, DB. You made a mistake that got a lot of people in trouble, and a lot of people's situation changed because of it. You apologize to those people, and you all move on from it to the better situation that you know you're in. Make that situation better for everyone. And you won't be, as you put it, a bitch. In fact, you'll be the bigger man. The bigger man. There's a reason they made it that term. It's not the bigger wuss or the bigger bitch, as you put it. It's the bigger man or the bigger woman. The one who stands up for, the one that's brave, the one that shows strength and confidence and courage. Confrontations aren't always about ego and bravado. Sometimes confrontations are about confronting the truth. And the truth is, you're sorry for what happened. The truth is, you're sorry for what was done. And being able to face that takes more strength than any fight, any ass kicking. That is worthy of respect more than beating somebody up. Anybody with a bat can beat somebody up, no matter how small or big they are. I've seen boxing matches where a little guy can punch a big guy in the face and take him down with one hit. Doesn't matter how big you are.
Well, I'll I'll think about it at least. I mean, worst case scenario, hey, maybe I can hold it. Tell everyone about it and say talk about how I'm the bigger guy. But I don't know. I've it's just annoying, like bro, man, I just hate this shit. Just kind of you ever like feel stuck, like I don't know before. I kind of remember this a little bit when I was out drinking, but this one dude left the bar. It's cool looking dude. Had a nice car and everything. Talking about how he was gonna go drive off wherever the road tells him, where the wind, whatever. And man, it just made me wish, like, damn, I wish I could do that. Like just being able to drive off wherever you want to go to, and just like say fuck it to whatever's going on here, and just see what else, wherever else has to offer. I mean, that'd be pretty badass, right? But like, I'm like trapped here, dude, and it sucks. Like, I just, it'd be nice just to be able to go, anywhere. But you know how money is, and can't keep just going places because mainly for the money reason.
I know what it feels like to feel stuck. the truth is, you can. You can get up and go. It doesn't cost anything. If you picked a direction and started walking, you could end up anywhere. Once upon a time, people used to ride boxcars to go where they wanted to go. Some people just started walking in directions and discovered new lands. Some people biked across the country. If the only thing that's holding you back is money, that's because you are holding yourself back because of money. You are putting up your own restraints, DB. The things that are making you feel stuck are you. So you've got to figure out and do the work as to why that is. Now, yes, the luxury of this man being able to get in a car and drive off into the distance sounds nice. Because there are the luxuries of being able to stay at hotels and live the high life of buying meals. Yes, all of those considerations are what you're worried about. How would you eat? Where would you sleep? But you could go off and do that if you wanted. But you would have to drastically change your standard of living. There are unhoused individuals who work their way up and down the coast every year, going with the seasons, living a very nomadic lifestyle, and they are happy living that way. But is that the lifestyle you want to live?
I guess the better, not just the money. It's
responsibility.
Responsibilities. Yeah, I got responsibilities here that I can't quite just up and leave from without some major consequence, and I can't just go. And it just sucks because before I didn't have this major responsibility that I had to worry about and deal with all the time. I had a pretty nice life, but then things changed. I thought it would be pretty badass, the change that happened, and be pretty nice, pretty cool, but I found out that all the stuff that I got came with all this responsibility and all the other shit I gotta do, and now I'm stuck doing this, and it's just so it's just, I didn't even get a choice in the matter too. It just kind of got thrust on me like, here you go, buddy. And it's just, and everyone expects me just to follow along and be happy about it. Like, bro, I didn't want this.
Well, I'm not going to go into asking if you're Spider-Man, but the truth of the matter is, it must be important to you. Because you could walk away from it if you wanted to and accept those consequences. Again, you have the power of choice. You are choosing not to because you acknowledge that there are consequences. You are choosing to stay over facing those consequences. You have decided that those consequences are more severe than the inconvenience of staying. And yes, it sucks. Responsibility sucks. Paying bills sucks. Going to work every day sucks. But if you learn to love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. I love what I do, DB. I love coming to my office every day. So it is still a responsibility. Coming here and talking to people is a responsibility. Hearing about their problems, big, small, or otherwise, is a responsibility. And sometimes it's terrible. Sometimes I want to shake people because I hear about the most mundane, ridiculous things and I can't get it through their heads that they could just fix it. if they just listened to what I had to say. But that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to listen to them. I'm here to help them get to that point. And I love it. I love when they hit that breakthrough. I love watching that moment of realization happen. And it makes all those frustrating days worth it. But it does suck. So you have to decide, is that worth it to you? Or do you want to face those consequences? And if you do, that's okay too. There really isn't a wrong answer for you. Forget what other people think. You keep talking about other people's perceptions. Whether they think you're a badass, whether they see you as tough. Who cares? Especially if you're going to leave anyway. It's not going to matter what legacy you leave behind, what impression you leave behind. You're not going to be there to witness it anyway. What does it matter? What do you think about your decision? Can you live with it? Do you feel guilty? Do you feel shame? Or are you proud? Are you happy? You don't sound happy. You're in a better situation and yet you're not happy. You just talked about how great this new fresh start has been and you're not happy. Because you are still weighed down by your past decision. You're weighed down by your past mistake. The past is still following you. Like you said.
Kind of good at your job, aren't you?
I can afford the rent here, I must be.
I don't know if it's to be annoyed or to be kind of relieved of the fact that you make sense what you're saying. It's true. I shouldn't care about what these motherfuckers think about me anyways. And I mean, you're right. I ain't gonna be around to see what's gonna happen anyways, one reason or another. So.
Or you will be, and that's okay too. But it shouldn't matter what other people think of you. It should matter what you think of yourself first. And if you care what those people think about you, then you must care about them. And you should acknowledge that too. This laissez-faire, I don't care about people attitude is a lie. Because if you care what they think about you, you care about them. Or you don't care about them and you shouldn't care what they think about you. Which one is it?
Maybe I'll have an answer next time.
Maybe you will.
How about we just leave what's going on here and here for now, and let's just go out and enjoy a night. All right, I got some stuff to think on, but I at least want to still enjoy the night that we got going here.
Okay.
Maybe next time come over, I'll see if I have that answer for you.
That sounds good. I want to tell you something. It's actually a quote from a TV show that I watched recently. Self-healing is hard. And it's really going to piss you off. But it's worth it. It really is. Go down that road. Trust me on this.
What show is that from?
Go find it.
shit. All right.
If you find it and bring it back to me, I'll give you a discount.
Oh shit! Now I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna have to. I used to know one or two of my work associates are fucking nerds. They love watching all sorts of shit. They like musicals too, apparently. So they probably know what that's from.
Sounds like they're a little bit more than work associates. You've just been keeping them at arm's length.
Look, like I said, next week. Okay, we'll talk.
All right,
Look,
hey, sounds good. Now let's go get that drink.
I'll actually open the door for her to exit first.
She grabs her bag and smiles as she walks out the door. As you head out, what's going through your mind?
There's definitely been some resolution, like not as much resolution, but relief to some of the tension and some clarification to some emotions. The whole idea of, especially what she said at the end about either not caring what they think because I should worry about what I feel and not be so preoccupied with what they think, or that I actually do care about them a little bit, is weighing on me hard. Because one hand, yeah, she's right. Like, if I really didn't care about them, then I really shouldn't care what they think. I should just do what I want. But yeah, I still, some reason, can't seem to fully shake just, oh, I shouldn't just care. So maybe there's something a little bit to that. And, maybe doing some of this, give it a shot at least and see if it makes things better. Because right now, things do suck. As much as this fresh start was supposed to be something nice and easy, this has just been kind of hell and horrible comparatively to hell, Michigan. So maybe a simple apology, something quick and easy, can make things a little bit better. Do something light now and kind of coast off it. Maybe we'll see how it goes.
And with that, our first half comes to a close. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. In the first half, we saw Delphine and Ray have a conversation that ended in a bit of a confrontation, although only one of them may know that it was a confrontation of sorts. We also saw Juniper have a bit of a heart-to-heart with Eliza. Rory get some words of wisdom from Stakes Her Claim, and Deadbeat have his first official therapy session. Now, in the second half, as Rory walks through the woods, practicing some of those lupus tricks that she learned from Stakes, she comes upon Juniper after drifting a little further out of the bawn into the woods, near the river. The scene is yours.
Rory will kind of observe for a second, just to make sure, like, it might not be, if it's not too bad of a time to attempt and approach Juniper. And see if it's one of those moments where it's like, no, I should maybe give her space, or no, I'll approach.
I'll just be sitting on my favorite brooding log that's down by the river bank. Do I hear her approach?
Why don't we do an opposing dex and stealth versus wits and awareness?
What rage am I at? Probably like 1.
1, yeah. Especially after having spent so much time with Eliza, things have been very calm and balanced, and yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I got 2 successes.
I got 5 with a crit.
Okay. Without a doubt, not only do you pick up the sounds of leaves rustling, you can even pick up the scent of Rory as the wind blows in a favorable direction for you to detect her approach.
As I listen to her kind of try and stealthily walk up and then pause, I just kind of sigh, and without looking back, I say, "You're not very good at sneaking up on people, Rory."
She'll kind of huff and keep her head lowered in a more, like, submissive position as she trots on over to Juniper.
I pat the log next to me.
She'll go to that spot and then shift back into Hamid.
Seems like everyone wants to find me when I just want to be alone.
I mean, I did want to talk to you, but that wasn't my intention tonight, as you can tell. And she'll motion to herself, now naked, sitting on a log.
I look over and just kind of sigh and look back out towards the water. What did you want to talk to me about?
I just wanted to apologize about shooting you the other night.
Like, genuinely apologize or pull some weird deadbeat level bullshit?
Genuinely apologize. It wasn't my brightest moment.
Are you gonna do it again?
Only if you give me a reason to. I would hope that I don't need to, but I'm not gonna lie about it.
I mean, there's probably gonna be more moments when I don't agree with an order given in the situation. Are you gonna shoot me if I don't comply?
It depends on the situation, I suppose. To be honest, I was ready to shoot either one of you that night. If you convinced Ray to go along with you.
I still don't understand what was so bad about me wanting to just keep an eye on them and make sure they didn't get too hurt. Being shot for wanting to protect someone that's very important to me seems pretty fucked up, even by this pack's standards.
You do got a point there. And again, I apologize. And I don't fault you for wanting to keep an eye. But we also haven't set the best reputation here. And I guess in my own weird way, I'm trying to give us our best shot. No pun intended.
And if that was your best shot, Rory, you might want to look into different avenues.
I deserve that.
The corner of my mouth kind of lifts up into a small smirk. So what do you mean by trying to give this pack its best shot? What have you been doing, Rory, other than shooting your pack members who don't stay in line?
Well, I've been attempting to go out hunting, but hunting down here is not like hunting up north. Just to save that budget that was cut a little bit more so we spend less money on food. And going out more to make some more pocket change for a similar reason. Been trying to get used to this life, I suppose. So this way I'm a little bit more prepared. Trying to, and probably failing, not get on our elders' bad side any more than we already are.
Something tells me that we're not really on their bad side. More like just their annoyed side. If that helps at all.
She'll kind of just sit back so she's resting on her hands and looking up at like the sky. I suppose that's something at least.
What about the others, though? You're trying to collect resources, sure, but have you done anything with the others?
Gone out with Deadbeat a few times.
Oh, yeah? How'd that go?
As well as you would think. It's Deadbeat.
I mean, there's multiple ways I think that it could have gone. How did it go?
To say that I didn't think there would be someone more bold than him. Well, that was not on my bingo card for moving down here. And, well, it could have gone worse, I guess.
That was the most nondescript description you could have possibly given me there, Rory.
She'll just smirk.
This is me trying to attempt to mend fences and get myself into the pack. So if you could just give me a little bit more than the most bland book I've ever read, I'd appreciate it.
She'll shift again.
I look over. Is this turning into some game?
No, I'm just... I've seen a side of him that I guess I didn't expect. And instead of wanting to choke him out, maybe more of like a good dead arm intolerance is the best way I can describe it.
I give Rory like a perplexed look. What was he like? Showing empathy towards others for once in his life, or
Well, when we went to go get my fake ID, in a weird way, like, he was, I guess, standing up for me, and she'll look confused as she says it. Like, his contact was coming off real strong. Very desperate as well, and he... Granted, he was telling the guy I had, like, crabs or something to try and get him off of me, but...
I just burst out laughing.
It's a deadbeat answer. It's a deadbeat thing, and it...
Holy shit. He said you had.
It's fine. I told the girl he got the number from that bar that he had them, so... She tries
Oh,
calling
man.
her, she ain't gonna pick up.
Oh, did it make the guy stop though?
Not entirely.
Oh no.
Yeah. He was definitely something.
Yeah. Wow, that is kind of surprising. Still the old classic DB twist to it, though.
Oh, of course. But
Huh. I think you're like the only one that he likes out of all of us.
that is not true. The only thing that we have in common is our tribe. And that we both hate each other's music. That's about it.
I don't know. You guys have some like weird sibling thing going on.
Rory will just kind of like raise a brow at that. This is how siblings act.
I mean, they can. It's not like they get along on everything.
I mean, yeah, back at home I had squabbles, but never on this level.
I don't know. The whole country music debacle is very sibling rivalry coded.
To be fair, he's the one that started that and then tried to start mansplaining to me on how to play an instrument.
That's just typical man behavior on top of it.
Yeah, but then he wouldn't leave me alone the rest of the night.
Which is where the sibling vibes come in. Yeah. Anyway. What about Delphine? How is she doing?
I don't know. I haven't really spoken to her much one-on-one since we got here. A couple of times, but it was mainly that one time when she tried to take me out to that music thing and it got canceled.
Music thing that got canceled?
Yeah, she said there was like a music festival or a show or something, and she wanted to apologize for her actions up in Michigan.
Oh. Okay. Do you anytime I've tried to talk to her about this, she gets real sensitive about it. But do you know if she's still you know,
Using?
yeah. She's been pretty seemingly stable lately, and I just want to make sure that she's doing okay, or if the stability is because she just has access to whatever shit is out there.
Rory will kind of cross her arms. I think you already know the answer to that.
Can I ask another question then?
You can.
That dealer that we met up with, the potato guy, You said that you knew him because you were getting stuff for a friend.
I did.
As far as I know, we're the only people that we know here.
That would be correct.
I look over at Rory. Is he who she's getting meth from?
If she's still getting, then most likely.
I look down at the running water again. I know that it's a tricky topic, but that's not something that we're going to be able to ignore forever or enable.
I'm aware, and I have a plan for that.
Well, in an effort to keep promises that I made, if you want or need help with whatever your plan is, I'll help.
I'd appreciate that.
What do you have in mind?
I got a good look at the stuff when she bought it the first time. And I'm not familiar with that kind of substance. I usually just stick to cigarettes and weed. But I don't... It looked off. Granted, I also thought that it looked like that stuff in Breaking Bad, that bright blue. And I've been itching to put some skill sets to use that I haven't gotten to use as much. Was planning on finding out where she stashes it at the house and slowly switching out some of it. Not enough where she noticed at first, but gradually.
Switching it out with what?
I don't know, rock candy or something? Something similar? I don't know how this works. I haven't thought that far ahead, and you'll see, like, she's just sitting there,
Okay.
like, definitely feeling a little judged.
I don't know shit about meth. Dude, don't look judged, because I'm equally as not well versed in this either. I don't think that you can smoke rock candy though. So
Well, I don't know. Isn't that what they use on set? Figured out something a little less dangerous for her to consume.
yeah. What does it look like?
Rory will describe it. Looks like crack cocaine kind of stuff, meth. And then she'll mention that it was like a weird color. If I'm remembering correct, it was reddish. Because Rory was also kind of like sussing up Spud. So her memory on that isn't fully.
Yeah, it looks like like meth would look in a kind of rock crystalline form, but it did have a reddish tint to it.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Okay. Is isn't there like some other way that the weed is made sometimes? It's kind of like harder.
I mean, edibles. We can make like a. But I don't know if that will work with that.
I don't know. Okay. Okay. We'll figure something out and start replacing it, I guess. What have you thought about what to do when she starts getting, you know, a little crazy?
That I don't know. Because I only went with her the one time. I don't know if she's been back or not. I don't know how much that stuff lasts for her, how much she consumes. I'd imagine enough with the way she, like, bolted after him.
So she's like getting there. This is a mess, Rory.
We're all a mess.
Yeah, but I feel like this part is a mess. Tell you what, you find out where she's stashing, and I'll figure out a way to stop her from getting to the source.
Sounds good to me.
So, with plans starting to take shape, and pots talking to kettles about color, we transition now to our next scene, where Ray meets up with Charles to have a conversation following up on previous conversations. Questions, answers, maybe a little bit of digging, maybe a little bit of education. Raymond, put in a call to Charles, the warder of the sept, your educator of sorts, the one who's been overseeing your pack ever since your arrival in Tampa, because you wanted to follow up and have a conversation, maybe even check in and find out the results of your previous assignment, as well as what your next assignment is going to be or what's expected going forward. When you called him, he said he would call you back later that evening and to wait for the call at home. You did, and when the call came in, just after dark, you found out that he was waiting for you outside of the house. When you got outside, his luxury town car was sat out front in the street with him sitting in the driver's seat, and he told you to get in and that you were going for a ride. As you climbed in the car, he immediately pulled out onto the street and started driving. And this is where our scene begins. As you've driven for a few moments now, or at least a few minutes, in silence, the scene is yours.
I've never been in a luxury car like this, so it's a little nice. It's comfortable. But after the initial sitting and admiring the nice car, and sitting through the minutes of silence, I wanted to talk for a couple of reasons. But your previous statement in the brief talk that we had, I'm interested to know your experiences and how you started to trust. How did you go about starting and doing it?
Charles stares ahead at the roadway, contemplating your question for a few moments. To be honest, they annoyed me into trusting them. I was sent here, brought here by my uncle, because he was trying to make sure that his protege, Aspen, wasn't going to get herself killed. Seeing as it was a fellow Silver Fang, I acquiesced, and of course, being my uncle and an elder, even to me, I wouldn't say no. So I came to Tampa, and I started to oversee. Let me tell you, the pack was a mess in its own way. But I also quickly came to understand the situation they were in. They were understaffed, ill-equipped, surrounded by enemies. They did not have the backing or support of the nation, as most septs do. And while the way they did things was unorthodox, it wasn't wrong. It could be considered wrong by nation standards, but it wasn't wrong ethically. And this was a hard thing for me to understand. The blurring of lines between ethics and law. I was raised in the nation. The law was everything. The litany was everything. The nation was everything. But one thing I will tell you about Aspen, one thing I will tell you about all of them, they love each other, genuinely to their core. They are a family. We are a family. We will die for one another. We will kill for one another. And we will do everything in our power to protect one another. Even from within, even from each other if we need to. That's how I came to trust them. When I saw the bond that they had. And I realized for the first time in my life, I wanted that more than I wanted anything else. That I didn't have that in the nation. I'd never had that in my entire life. I had duty. I had honor. I had wisdom, certainly. All the things that Guru should have. But I never had family. I never had love. I could barely say I had life. And yet, they had all three of those things. And what is this fight, if not for those things? What are we even fighting for? For Gaia? Certainly. But what is Gaia a representation of? Life. I was built to be a machine. A machine to uphold the litany. A machine to battle the worm. And I did it better than anyone. I was told I had a destiny. A destiny that may still be following me. A destiny that I'm not entirely sure I want, to be honest. A destiny that I would rather escape, if I'm being completely honest. Because it's a destiny of duty. But something I've had to learn recently is that destiny is a real thing. Because I had to watch one of my first friends succumb to destiny and sacrifice themselves to destiny. Even though I didn't believe in it, even though I told them that they had control, that such things weren't real. Because I didn't want to believe they were real. But here we are, and they are gone. Destiny fulfilled.
When you say destiny, are you referring to the sacrifice that we make as Geru? Is that what you... Or is this another form of destiny?
More than that. Sacrifice we make as Guru is certainly one that is expected, but that is just the circle of life. We're all going to die. That is nature. There is no escaping that. Now, how we die, that is up to the individual. We want and should die fighting for Gaia. That is what we should do, but nothing is going to hold us to that. You could give in to Hirano and die of old age. Give up the wolf and walk away from this life. But if you stick to this path, it is more likely that you are going to die fighting for Gaia and fulfill that purpose. One way or another, you will die. No, this destiny is more like a prophecy given by a spirit, or spirits. Mine was given to me by my patron. Aiden's was given to him by another spirit.
If you don't mind me asking, what was this destiny that was planned for you?
He sits quietly, letting a few moments pass. This is my greatest secret. One that I haven't shared with anyone. And I mean anyone. Even the love of my life doesn't know it. If I'm going to share it with you, you have to tell me yours.
I would have just accepted you saying no. I don't know if I could tell you that. The thought of even thinking of those words, I don't know. I don't know if I can tell you that.
We all have secrets, Raymond. And the only one who can judge us for those secrets is ourselves. There is nothing you can say in this moment that I would hold against you. Because if it's something that you're battling with, it's your battle to fight, not mine. What I can say is, if it's bad enough that you can't even say it out loud, it's a battle you're already struggling to fight alone. Maybe you do need help with it.
Maybe. I mean, maybe you're right, but
I won't pressure you any further, but I will say that I will not tell mine until you tell me yours.
will you promise that you will not say it to anyone? Please. If you do, promise, then I will share it, but I know I can't do anything to stop you or do anything against you. But if you say anything, I don't know what I would do.
I will tell you that after today, nothing that has been said in this car will leave this car. But that goes both ways.
I understand.
An oath between leaders.
an oath. When I was overseas and my squad was attacked and wiped out, the only two survivors were me and my friend Jordan. I've known Jordan my entire life. He is the person that is most precious to me. And in that conflict, he was attacked by a Bane. I didn't know what was happening to him when I was recovering in the hospital, but I knew it wasn't good. Some people came and tried to take him away, and that's what prompted my first turn. I killed a lot of people to get Jordan out. I killed so many. And I succeeded. I got him out. I had a conversation with Juniper a while ago where I said that I did succeed in saving him, but he never truly left Germany. And that is probably the most truthful thing I have ever told my pack. The change that happened after we escaped, after I got him out, I don't know how long it took, but the Bane has taken control of most of him, and I'm trying to find a way to save my best friend.
Charles nods his head slowly. Thank you for sharing that with me. The litany says, "It is our task to combat the worm." You know this. I know this. How we interpret combating the worm varies. I will help you with this. But I'm going to tell you, you cannot save your friend alone.
If there is even a 1% chance to save him, I'm willing to do anything.
Even if it means dying.
Yes. Even if it means I have to sacrifice myself to save him and bring him back to the way he was. I would die to save him.
Then I will help you. We combat the worm on all fronts. It doesn't have to mean with claw and fang. You fulfilled your part of the oath. Now I will fulfill mine. When the falcon came to me, and it made me a silver fang, it told me my destiny. It told me that one day it was my responsibility, my duty, to challenge my grandfather, King Albrecht, slay him, and take the silver crown. Now that doesn't seem like much to you, I'm sure. But it is not something I take lightly or something that I want to do.
You're right. I don't fully understand the implications for that destiny. But if it's something that you haven't told anyone, then I can see that it weighs and that the weight of it is severe.
It goes against everything I was taught and believe in, let alone murdering a family member.
I know it's not much. I know that I don't know what I could do, but because you offered it to me, I can help in any way that I can. Even if it's just to talk about it and listen like you listened to me.
Be the leader your pack needs. That's how you can help me. They're falling apart, Raymond. It's tearing apart at the seams, and it's taking all of my effort to keep them together. That effort is needed elsewhere. I know now your biggest secret. You have nothing to be afraid of.
I've been told the last few days that I need to listen and trust more, but it's hard. And I want to, but I don't know the correct action at this point. And everything that I've attempted hasn't worked.
Tell them you're scared. Be honest. Leadership is scary. They'll respect that more than any false stoicism. Tell them, ask for their advice. And when they give it, take it. This isn't the military. You are all in your own right equals in this fight. You are just pointing the way. You are the tip of the arrow. But all of you make up the arrow. And without one part of the arrow, it doesn't fly.
I understand. Because to be honest, I don't think a day's gone by that I haven't been scared. Since that moment overseas with Jordan, every moment I've been scared.
I understand. It's time to stop being scared. Start with your pack.
I will.
We are doing good things here, Raymond. Believe it or not. And if you ever want the truth, the whole truth, one thing I will tell you is that, like you, I don't lie.
It's definitely one thing I've learned from talking with you. And it's not a bad thing. I'm starting to learn that maybe not lying is not such a crutch.
There is tact to truth telling, knowing when they're ready to hear it. Stakes bluntness and timing could be improved upon. But the truth will set you free.
I think some truths will have to wait a little bit longer, but I agree.
Start with the little. The truth that you are scared. Offer them that much.
At this point, I'm not going to respond, and I'll just turn to look outside the window as we're driving.
The rest of the trip is in silence, but you see that you do make a pretty good lap of the city. Charles drives through a few neighborhoods on his route, and you can tell, based off of the route that he makes, that he's making a patrol. He actually goes through a particularly run-down neighborhood where you can see there was a building at one time that must have been leveled, a house that must have fallen or been taken down and, paved over the grounds. But he doesn't stop anywhere. He just kind of drives through. And it's quiet. Nothing untoward or unusual. But eventually he returns to the house, dropping you off at home, giving you a nod, promising that he'll see you again soon, thanking you for the conversation, and then sending you on your way. What's going through Ray's mind after this interaction with Charles?
I wanted to start the conversation of what he had learned in trust and what he had learned through his experiences. But the conversation we had, albeit he did cover it, that was not the turn I expected. I have danced around the topic of Jordan for months. To actually speak it out loud, it does feel like a certain weight has been lifted to some extent. And it feels good, but also very painful. And I don't know exactly how to deal with that feeling.
An admission of truth, a vulnerability, especially one that you've covered up for so long, is like an atrophied muscle. It aches terribly when you flex it and move it. Maybe the continued movement will make it stronger, but that pain, it can be enough of a deterrent to make you want to go back to what feels safe and comfortable. To let it atrophy once more because it's safe, because it's familiar. Is that what Ray will do? Or will he take the pain? Will he continue to exercise? Only time will tell. Now let's transition to our final scene of the evening. In our final scene of the evening, 2 members of the pack abscond with the pack van and make a long road trip north out of the city of Tampa to a campground that has become all too familiar to at least one member of the pack, because this is where the proverbial lifeblood can be found, where that all too necessary substance can be obtained. This time, Delphine, you bring Deadbeat with you. What line did you use? What lure did you give to get Deadbeat to come along on this journey?
I'm bored and want to grab some weed. You want to go? I'll pay.
Only if we stop by McDonald's on the way back so I can get some fries, and you're paying.
Sure.
Okay, so with a promise of free pot and fries, you both make the journey partway to Ocala, exiting along some backwoods roads until you arrive at the RV campground, where you come upon the beaten up old RV with the muddy paw prints all up and down the side, the jalapeno chili pepper lights, Christmas lights dangling around the canopy, the picnic tables and campfire nearby. There are lights on inside, and it seems the door to the camper is open, and a screen door is the only thing covering the entryway. Because, of course, Delphine, you would have let Spud know that you were coming. No surprise visits for Spud. That always ends poorly. So once you pull the van into a nearby patch of grass to park, you exit and approach the RV. Now you have a few minutes to talk before you enter the RV if there's anything you wish to say. The scene is yours.
You'll like this guy. He's eccentric, but he has some of the best stuff I've ever had.
So he's the dealer of legends, huh? The one that's been keeping you afloat around here?
Yeah, I figured since it seems like people have been ragging on you a little bit, figured you could use a little bit of an escape out of town, away from everyone, with someone who gets it.
Like a look of apprehension for a second, like, hold on, but kind of goes away after a moment, like, well, at least the good shit, at least here. I mean, I feel like if we're living out in the middle of, fucking nowhere, it's gotta be some good shit, right? Like, there's some, like, Breaking Bad kind of shit going on, you know?
I mean, you kind of got to grow the stuff away from most major places, cities, because the state still doesn't have it legalized.
Crazy, right? I mean,
Republicans, man.
amount of potheads I've seen down here, you'd think that something would go on, but
Listen, I don't make the laws. They tried to get it through, it failed, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, he'll have some really good shit. I can guarantee that. And yeah, this is just my way of, I don't know, looking out for you.
don't really need looking out for, but yeah, I guess I appreciate it. I mean, pot's pot, I'll take it.
Look, I'm just saying, I know what it like. I'm not deaf. I've been listening to how you've been getting talked about. I've been seeing you. Stakes said something the other day that made a lot of sense. When you lash out at someone, it's because you're hurting. And I do think that you're hurting, but the only way you know how to get past that is by you're delivering it as much as you're taking it.
God, I feel like I'm back at the bar again, or back with Heather again. Oh my god. Okay, all right. Come on. Let's get this going here. I don't want to go through another 20 speeches before I can actually smoke something. At least wait till we start smoking to give me the life speeches here.
I'm not giving you jack shit. We're gonna fucking bitch about how much life sucks with this dude while we get blazed.
I like that a lot more. All right, let's.
Yeah. So she'll knock on the screen door.
So as you walk up to the screen door and give it a knock, immediately greeting you at the door is Spud, a lanky man with purple hair that is parted over to one side, dangling down, a crocheted wizard's hat off the top of his head, dangling off to the opposite side is his hair. He's wearing a tank top and board shorts and flip-flops and rounded sunglasses on his face, and he pushes open the screen door. Hey! Welcome! Come on inside! Who's your friend, Delphine?
This is DB. He is a friend of mine, a roommate, and I thought, I remember you do referral discounts?
I do. Come on inside. Come on.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
I'll give a little prehensive look around real quick just to make sure I'm not going into the murder shack. Just because middle of nowhere, going into the. Last time we were in the middle of nowhere with people I didn't quite know, I got shanked to almost death. So let's make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, give me a wits and awareness.
Yes, would my favor of being able to notice anything lost or overlooked come into play here at all?
Not on this case, no. You know what? Actually, yes, I will say the overlooked, yes.
I'm assuming also have one rage?
Yes.
That is a 5 with a crit.
Okay. As you're looking around, you see that there are a couple of other RVs in the park that are parked across the RV park. This one seems to be parked a ways away. They picked a lot that is remote from the others nearby. There isn't anyone else obviously nearby. Looking in the RV, there's nobody present inside the RV except this man. There's nobody else lurking around nearby. There's no one else. He's alone, as far as you can tell. When you get into the RV, you can see a grow area where there are several pots of growing plants under some halogen lights. There's also a chemistry set off to one side where there are, bubbling concoctions that are actively being worked on. The thing that's strange, the thing that sticks out from your critical, is the terrarium. There's a strange terrarium that has been built off in a corner. And inside the terrarium is an unusual looking plant. It's a miniaturized version of one of the plants you saw out back of the houses when you were on the mission. But it's completely boxed in, and you can tell purposefully so.
I'll take notice of that as I'm kind of coming in, as I'll just say, oh, pretty crazy setup in here. What you growing here?
Oh man, so many things. Some for science, mostly for recreation. What are we getting into? I know we got the usual for you, Delphine, but DB, what's your flavor? What's your fun?
I'll think of trying something new today. How about what's that thing in there? I'll point the terrarium. That's something new you're cooking up?
Oh no, you don't want any of that. That is not something good. That is actually that's the science.
Well, what's wrong with it? What's the science like thing going on there? It's like kind of locked up like Fort Knox there.
Yeah. Let's just say poison. I'm trying to think of an antidote for poison.
Would I be able to roll some sort of insight
Yeah.
to that? Just
Give me a wits
see
and
if I can
insight.
avoid the question? Okay.
With
That is
Deadbeat,
a 3 success.
Sorry, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
just with Deadbeat pointing out so much about this, do I notice it as well?
Yes.
Okay.
He's telling the truth and actually desperately trying to avoid the subject, but he is telling the truth. And in mentioning it, he actually grabs a nearby rag and throws it over the terrarium, absconding it from view.
I don't think we were talking about shrooms on the way here, though, Deadbeat, right? We were just like talking about pot.
Yeah, I just saw that. It just kind of caught my eye. I don't know, some freaky looking plant there, but
You don't have to worry about that. That is none of your concern. It's completely contained. Not going to let it harsh or buzz tonight. So, you want to try something new? Okay, well, I've got all the colors of the rainbow, my friend. Where are we looking to go? Are we looking to go to Oz? Are we looking to go to Middle Earth? Are we looking to go to, Wonderland? Where are we looking to go to Mars, Venus?
Narnia.
Yeah.
I just kind of like blink a couple times to all these random references and just kind of sit here and just groan internally, realizing that, of course, Delphine's preferred dealer would be much of a nerd as she is. As I'll just say, hey man, I just want something that I can just get, buzzed or high off and just complain.
You just want to chill?
Off. Yeah, I just want to chill out right now, bro.
I got you. I got you. Chill is fine. We just want to, chill out. Got you. And he walks over to a cabinet and just knocks, kind of a rhythmic knock on the cabinet, like almost like Morse code. He knocks on the cabinet a couple of times. And after a few seconds, you hear some rustling in the cabinet, and then the cabinet door pops open and a little black paw pops out holding a baggie. He reaches up, grabs the baggie from the paw, and the cabinet door just slams shut. Do you want to eat it or do you want to smoke it?
Shit, I'll eat some. But also, what's going on up there? Just
Lab assistant.
Yeah.
look, I don't bet. I guess. All right.
He'll come
Yeah.
out later. You can meet him later. He's doing his work right now, but when he's off shift, he'll come out and say hi.
Actually, I'll take some of the smoke. Actually, I wanted to hit a little bit faster. I don't
Absolutely.
Want to sit around.
Well, I have some options for you. We've got the tall boy, and he pulls open a curtain, and you see a shelf, and you see a pipe that is probably about 4 feet tall. We've got Marilyn Monroe, and you see a bong that looks like you smoke from the breasts. We have just your standard pipe. We've got the Gandalf, which is a long kind of wood-carved pipe. Any of these suit your fancy? What do you prefer?
Marilyn Monroe, obviously.
Obviously. I mean, you said you wanted to chill. Let's go for that. He grabs it and pulls it down. Well, have a seat. He goes over to a couch and knocks some cans and papers off of the couch.
I'll take a seat, not seemingly bothered by the mess and the trash laying around, just seemingly in my element. Just kind of, I've been to these places, this situation before.
Delphine will also just take a seat where she's usually likes to relax when she's here.
Goes ahead and packs the pipe for you and then heads back over to the cabinet, raps a few times, and then another baggie pops out with a red crystal rock in it, and then comes over and passes it to Delphine. So how have things been going this week?
It's been so fucking annoying.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're basically, we have to get up like basically at the crack of dawn for this, like for the internship thing I told you about.
Right.
And our boss is basically a drill sergeant. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, he's like some, like politician-esque, like, army drill sergeant.
Well, that's no fun. You didn't sign
No,
up
it's
for
not.
that.
We really didn't. And, like, we knew we were gonna have to work outside a lot, but, like, not this much, right? She looks at Deadbeat. Like, right?
Yeah, I mean, from what I was told, we weren't gonna, or at least when I understood, we weren't gonna do that much. We were just gonna be chilling, but they made this a whole goddamn ordeal.
You know, everyone says they move here for the weather, but then they see inland Florida, and I swear to God, they change their minds.
Super muggy. It's just super muggy.
Who builds on a swamp?
Idiots, that's who. And then oh, sorry, go ahead, DB.
Hey, I mean, the weather at least makes us where the beaches are already filled. Hey, they got some babes out there.
Absolutely, the beaches are where it's at. So what do they have you doing? Digging ditches, or?
It's mostly a lot of surveying, like with the parks department.
Oh, okay. Surveying with the... Okay, so you got to get out there with like those strange little like measuring devices and like setting up tripods and stuff everywhere. Getting in the way of traffic.
Like the soil content and all that shit.
Hey, that's science. That's good work though. I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, clearly. And she like looks over to the terrarium but we're not talking about that.
At this point, Spud has actually walked back over to the counter and moved the terrarium towards the center of the counter and is starting to mix something up in the chemistry set.
Can I see what he's mixing?
Sure. It looks like he has various vials and chemicals, including a pesticide and a herbicide that he has started to put together with what looks to be charcoal and some other ingredients that he is breaking down and trying to mix together into a chemical formula.
She'll make note of that. But yeah, like, it's just been rough too. Like, I had to like get called, like some lawyers called me this week too, this past week.
Lawyers? Did you get in trouble? You don't get to mention my name ever with lawyers.
No, it's beneficiary stuff.
Oh, someone's getting some money. Someone's getting some money.
She looks at Deadbeat. My parents died a little while back, so like I've been having to like deal with some lawyers about their will and shit. And because of our boss, I haven't had time.
Damn, that's crazy. Just like kind of nods to that, just like, damn, that's like, but like you got like rich parents, you're gonna get rich.
I don't know, probably not. Like, why would they leave me anything? Because like I was just a straight up embarrassment to them. Like, I'm the kid that ran away and got addicted to drugs. You don't leave that kid anything.
So you said parents, like both of them went like kick the bucket at the same time?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. What the hell?
Gas explosion at the house.
You don't really seem all that bothered by it.
We weren't close. Spud thinks they were, like, Spud's a conspiracy theorist, though. He thinks that they were murdered.
I'm telling you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, you're just saying.
I mean, if they had money, I mean, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Rich people always doing some shady shit.
I mean, you don't have to be rich to have a will.
Yeah, but like, I mean, anyone who has like, I feel like someone has to be at least a little bit rich to have a will, because what else you're giving away, right? Like, you know, your fucking PlayStation 3 or whatever. Like, what? Most people don't got shit to give. Maybe their cat, you know.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like, so yeah, we've just been dealing with a lot of bullcrap, essentially.
Could both of you roll me a stamina and resolve check as both of you start taking on the pharmaceuticals you've been giving?
Might not be greening out today. I got 2 successes.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. That's better. 4 successes.
Okay. You're feeling it. You're definitely starting to feel the effects. DB, you're definitely feeling it. This stuff kicks like a mule, but in the best ways. You feel yourself relaxing almost instantly. You feel your eyes go half lidded. You feel yourself melting into the couch. It is amazing, and it's smooth. It doesn't hit hard to the hacking lungs, burning sensation. This is just like sliding away. It is delightful.
Once I feel some of it, and I'm gonna stop partaking. And I'm gonna just pass the bong back over to Deadbeat.
So as you're more aware, Delphine, you see that Spud has now finished mixing up the concoction and he's ready to put it over a burner. But instead of leaving the top of the beaker open, he's attached a pipe to it that he has fed through into the terrarium.
Can I activate my penumbral senses? Because I want to kind of see what happens on the umbral side of things if he's doing this. I imagine the gauntlet is not very thin out here, or maybe it is. But
it is. It's not near the Weaver, so it's pretty good. This is the wild area.
I'm mainly thinking of Spud. Spend another willpower. 0 successes.
Okay, it doesn't work. Your eyes feel like they haze over, but maybe that's the effects of the drugs, but you don't see through the umbra at this point.
I grit my teeth a little bit, start chewing on my nail.
As he puts the beaker over the burner, a kind of foggy smoke starts to come up from the beaker into the tube that goes into the terrarium. He pulls back the rag that he's thrown over the terrarium, and as the smoke starts to fill the terrarium, he's watching the plant very closely as he's half listening to what you guys are talking about. He pulls up a notepad with a pen at the ready. And as he's watching the plant starts to twitch and shake. And it starts to almost coil in on itself as if it's like starting to deteriorate and pull back into the ground or into the dirt that it's planted in. But then after a few moments, it starts to push back and blossom out. And then it pops open and a bunch of yellow, like, dust fills the entire terrarium. None of it leaks outside of the terrarium. It just fills it up the terrarium. And Spud just kind of lets out a sigh and writes a few notes down in his notepad before turning back to both of you.
You doing that for someone? Like,
Yeah.
science?
Yeah, just some customers asked me to look into some stuff.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'll get it eventually. Luckily, the plant doesn't die when things don't work out right. It just gives me another shot.
Is that how plants work?
This one does. Anyway, so what about you, DB? What do you think about work? Tell me more. You getting irritated with your bosses and...
Man, it just kind of sucks. It's just annoying being around a lot of them. I mean, the bosses are a real pain in the ass. It's just, at least with one of them, he just kind of like, you know, punched me once and just kind of like goes on his like military hoorah kind of stuff. But other than that, at least he doesn't talk that much, which is okay. He just kind of tells you what you need to know. The others, they're like yap machines. All they do is just lecture and go on these grand speeches about how you need to do things and how things need to be, and that just gets so tiring. Like we went drinking together and they were still yapping. Like, just give it a break. Can you like learn to read a room, enjoy a vibe, you know?
Ugh, like a TED Talk.
Yeah, it's like when you're like playing a game, you get to an unskippable cutscene, you're just like, please, just go. It's just every time I encounter it, it's just a 13-minute unskippable cutscene of the yap sesh.
Dude, I feel that. I know exactly what you mean. It's like, can I get past the prologue already? I'm here to play the game, not to see the game designers.
Yeah, but other than that, at least the people we work with, some of them ain't like too bad, but some of them are like real freaks. One of them's like, pretty decent, kind of hot. I can respect it. And the other one's like the third chick's psycho. Tried to punch me at a bar, failed horribly, by the way, and could have swung back, but I decided not to. But then I was still treated like the asshole by the end of the night. Like, sometimes I hate the privilege of that, where you could just get away with swinging, and if I do anything, then I'm the bad guy.
You two should just like fight at some point. I honestly think that would help.
I'm telling you, if we fought and she lost, which is gonna happen, she's gonna like tweak. She's gonna freak out. Like, that's her whole like. She ain't gonna take it light. Nice.
And the other alternative is just like, well, the alternative is a little bit more mature.
I mean, I had this like one chick I'm like kind of trying to see, get some action with. They do like, apparently they're actually like a therapist. Crazy shit. Like, I thought as a joke that like, oh, are you a therapist or something? And she just pulled out her business card on me. I was like, oh shit, but she was telling me how I should probably like apologize to her or something. But I don't know, man. I mean, maybe I should wait for her to come to me first, you know? Like, but apparently I might be the bigger man if I go, which I mean could be good to hold over her.
I mean, you would be the bigger man if you did it first.
What do you think, Spud, man? Like, do you think I should go to her first and apologize and apparently and be the quote unquote bigger man, or should I just wait for her to come to me, be like, fuck it, you gotta apologize to me first.
Well, I don't apologize to anybody, but I also don't have very many friends, so I don't know if I'm the best one to be giving advice around here. My best friends are a raccoon and a forest chick, so, take that as you will.
Like best friends or like best friends?
Best
The
friends.
forest spirit.
Oh no, not what spirit. No, she's just a
Alright, no.
forest girl, like Nell.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know
sorry.
that movie. Sorry, that's a dated reference, but yeah, no, total woodlands girl, runs around in plaid, and yeah, really just.
We have one of those in one of our roommates. Like a couple of our roommates actually are like that.
I was thinking of Junie more than anything, but
I was thinking of S. She's got fucking dirt all over her all the time.
I don't know, man. If she's such a psycho and you don't want to get smothered in your sleep, it's probably best to apologize. Like, you said the word psycho, and I was immediately like, ugh!
yeah, like there was this one night we were talking about some shit, talking about this company, that she has some beef with. Because like I found out some stuff about him. I talked to this one dude apparently that worked with them, and I told her about like some of the stuff I learned. I originally was kind of being playful about like, yeah, like I won't tell you unless you tell me something else or like give me something. And she started getting all freaky at me, and then she started trying to get me to go there to like look at some shit, and I was like, at first I was kind of on board, but then like she just started getting real weird about it. She was like it was just very obvious she was trying to like push me into doing it, like manipulate me, because she never talks nice about me, and all of a sudden she was talking to me like I was some hero, and I was like, oh, what the hell? This is some weird shit here.
Yeah, she's a little judgy about me doing drugs.
In my mind, everybody just needs to mind their own business. That's all there is to it. If you're not hurting anybody, what's it up to them? You know what I mean? Like, you do you, let them do them. Everybody minds their own business, and just be chill to one another. That's all you gotta do, is just be chill to one another. And let everyone go on their merry way. You go to work, you do your job, you go home, you do your thing. That's all you gotta do.
And stop calling people mean nicknames.
Well, that does help, yeah.
But what if it's funny though? What if some of them are funny?
Well,
Does it
some
get
of
you
them could be
punched?
hurtful.
I mean, I don't usually get worried about me getting punched, because like, you see me, like, people don't fuck with me, That's,
That is true. You are a tall glass of water.
Calm down,
hey.
Spud. Shit, Spud's hitting on you.
What? Don't you? No.
No, it's okay. Look, I mean, it happens to all the time. Look, why do you think I'm going out all the time? I got some side piece going on. Got some action going. Like I said, that therapist chick, we got some things going.
I mean, not
It's
that
not
I
a good
complain having a guy like him around all the time. That's good for, my business.
Though I wouldn't sleep with the therapist, man. If like you're talking to her about shit, like I wouldn't sleep with your therapist. That seems like a bad idea. I'm pretty sure like there's movies about sleeping with your therapist that have ended poorly.
But they're movies. And also, why would I care if it's a good or bad idea? I'm getting laid either way.
Oh. She knows things about you. She can use that to her advantage to manipulate you into her dungeon of sexual desire.
I'm getting on board with that. She can do that all she wants. But I mean, if I'm worried about people using things to manipulate me, I mean, I'd be, getting Junie out of here, or anyone else, the bosses. They seem to all want to do like, manipulate me to doing what they want to do.
Yeah, out of curiosity, just for story's sake, what are your bosses' names? Better than
Got an
referring to
NDA.
them as my bosses.
It's like
Instead of just saying my coworkers, my bosses, like we're friends here. What's their names?
Well, Junie is one of our coworkers.
Okay, Junie.
Yeah, and we got a boss lady.
Guys, at the end, I don't really care. You can just say their names. What are you being so fucking evasive for?
Like, they're weird people, man. They're like, they got some weird stuff going, and they don't usually like, sharing stuff, and like, it's.
All right, whatever. I'm sorry. Sorry for asking. Just trying to make the stories easier to tell instead of having to be all vague and shit.
Like, I don't like being vague and shit, but they make me be vague and shit, that's the frustrating part. Like, damn, And
Oh yeah, because I'm gonna go track them down and ask them questions.
Well, I'm not worried about you tracking them down.
I'm gonna go tell on you.
Nah, man, you know what they say? The spears are always listening, man. There's gonna be ghosts and shit. They're gonna hear it and they're gonna go tell them. They're like,
oh, my shit is good, apparently.
Yeah, he is pretty. His eyes are pretty wide right now.
Nah, man, they're like, I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised. They're necromancers, man. They got some spirit shit going.
They're gonna do some necromancy in the woods.
I actually have a strain called Necromancer. Turns you into a zombie. It's great.
But yeah.
The next training.
Well, I don't want to get you into any trouble with the spirits or anything, so I'll drop it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. All right. Well, hey, this is a place to relax. I don't need to stress you out. It's fine. Let's talk about something else then. What do you guys been getting up to that's fun? Tell me something good. Tell me something positive that's been happening lately. We talk about the bad shit all the time. Tell me some of the good shit. What's good that's been going on?
I started taking a political science class.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. I don't know if that's good news based off everything that's going on.
The pattern recognition is telling.
Breaking news. Everything fucking sucks.
I hate that guy. He gives me anxiety every day.
Political science class, like you go to college?
The guy that punched you is teaching me. He also teaches political science.
Wait, teachers shouldn't punch their students or other people.
Apparently that's a thing now, apparently.
Anyway, what have you been doing for fun, Deadbeat?
I just...
Is that what DB stands for?
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. No,
well,
it's a shitty nickname that some friends gave me.
What do you want to be called?
Yeah, what do you want to be called? And I'll call you that instead.
I just go, look, DB works just fine. I ain't gonna try and reinvent the wheel here. DB is a better way to say it, but yeah, but that's the thing that's kind of weird, right? Like, we all, like, some of us got nicknames at our job here, and everyone else gets something that's like normal or like kind of cool, and then I get the nickname Deadbeat. It's like kind of fucked, right? Like, I get I'm kind of an ass, but like, damn, bro, like, Deadbeat kind of, like, damn, I want a cool name too,
I can help you get a cool name.
I mean, I already was given the name. What am I gonna do? Just get another name?
Yeah.
Name?
Nicknames change all the time. Names change all the time. You can legally go into an office and change it.
Yeah.
I mean,
or you could just straight up. Or you could just straight up tell people what your name is, even if it's not your real name.
No, actually, kind of like I can fuck with DB, that's not a problem. But like, just all the time being called Deadbeat is just like, oh man, what the fuck. But like, it's just how it is.
What if I called you Broseph Gordon-Levitt?
What?
Broseph Gordon-Levitt. I like that.
Man, You are weird. You know, I can kind of fuck with that. You know.
You know, you're out in the woods long enough, and like I said, my best friends are a raccoon and a woods chick. Hey, Pippin! At this point, the cabinet flies open, and the fattest raccoon you've ever seen comes scrambling out of the cabinet, shutting it behind him. You're done for the night, buddy.
Is Woodchick his mom?
We split custody.
Does she not live? So, like, does she have her own place, or does she just straight up live in the woods?
Yes.
All right. And she
She's a
just like comes.
survivalist.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, Junie's like that too.
she likes camping.
Right. You guys from like did you get like was she with you in New Orleans too when we met?
No, we hadn't met yet.
Gotcha.
Anyway, well, this has been fun. You
Yeah.
guys,
We shouldn't keep you too much. Thanks for letting us smoke though.
hey, no problem. You guys come by anytime. It was cool hanging out, meeting your friends, and you ever need a re-up, you know where to find me, or at least get a hold of me. I might move soon. I've been in this place for a while.
Yeah.
Time to find another campsite.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, though I'm like just, I kind of like have an interest in like science and plants and shit. Can I like get like, you have like a copy of like some of those notes on that fucking freaky poison plant? If that freaky poison plant is like near my shit, like you know near where we are, it might be good to at least know what we can do about it. You know?
Oh, I don't kiss and tell on a first date, buddy, but you come see me again and maybe we'll talk about it. I do more favors for repeat customers. But,
See,
hey, you know, I like your inquiry. I like where your head's at. You come back and I'll teach you more of my science.
See my smile, kind of relaxed smile just drops. It's just there I am for a moment. Like, come on, dude, let's keep it chill, man. Hey, I just want to see the notes. Let me just see it, man. I just want to see it.
DB, it's chill. Come on. We gotta go.
No, I'm chilling. I just is it too much to ask just to take a look?
Delphine will step between Spud and DB, and she will just look up at him.
Let me
And look-
assure you this, DB. Everything I know, you already know, or can find out pretty easily.
I want to roll an insight into that.
Sure, go ahead.
I got 1.
You have no idea what he's referring to, but it's a little unusual.
DB, come on. I'll drive. You can just relax in the passenger seat and soak up all the AC.
Hey, I don't want to leave this on an awkward note, so I got something for you. I'll send you with a parting gift, okay? How about that?
I'll
He-
cross my arms and wait to see.
You're bigger than I am. I don't need to be making enemies your size. He flips through his notebook, finds a page, copies some things down on a note, passes it over to you. As you look at the note, all it says is, "Tell Aspen I say hi."
Oh, I didn't know you were chill like that. Damn. All right. Well, my bad, man.
It's all
I didn't
good.
know.
Sometimes, we keep strange bedfellows. But I'm not here to, cause trouble. And nor are you.
Yeah. No, man. I'm good. You know, like I said, just you know what I mean, man. The spirit's always listening, man. You can't say shit. But I'll leave you be. Hey, have a good night, man. You know, day, whatever. Fucking, I don't know. I'm tired.
I'll
get
see
out of
you.
here.
I'll see you later, Spud.
Bye, Delphine. As you,
She'll go him a nod.
As you step out of the RV and get back to the car, he slips you a couple of more baggies there, Delphine, on your way out. You have a few more moments before we wrap up the session to say anything you want to say.
I'll get Deadbeat in the car, in the passenger seat, and I will start the drive out. And once we're like maybe a couple miles out, I'll look at him. Do you understand what that was?
Someone that apparently knows Aspen. I mean, did you know that this dude knew Aspen? Like, this
Yes.
kind of a weird dude. I mean, he figured that Aspen would at least let him know something about that or whatever, so you don't, like, you know, you don't just come across this dude working on that shit and then, like, kill him or something. Or
They don't want us near around him, ideally, because he's not all in on us, as it were.
What the fuck does that even mean?
He's a leech.
Nah, what? Nah, you. What? Dude.
He's a leech. Charles told me.
I just look completely flabbergasted by this. I like look back, like kind of back towards where he was, and look back to you. Like, they know, like Aspen knows and everything.
Apparently, I just found out myself, and I just now told you. I haven't told Ray, I haven't told Rory, and I haven't told Juniper, though Rory has met him.
Why isn't he dead? Like, I guess dead? What? Like,
Well, for starters, it seems like he's working on something that's important, dealing with the plants. And secondly, we just learned that there's another one in the woods.
so wait, you get your drugs from a vampire? That's
When I
kinda,
met
like,
him, I didn't
little-
know he was a vampire, and I wasn't Guru. I'm trusting you, Deadbeat. I'm trusting you with my skeleton in the closet right now. Something that I haven't told the rest of the pack. But that is not a secret, evidently, because Charles fucking knows about it. And he probably knows it, and I don't doubt that he knows exactly what we are.
What? Yeah, it's just so fucking confusing because we had the whole lesson about killing them on sight and like not showing mercy or anything, and I even had a talk with Stakes about like what happened on the boat and everything, and she told me I gotta kill them before they can do anything, before they can mess with you and shit. And we're just chilling with this guy. I mean, you saw what that one was able to like do to us. The several of them done to us.
And this one can walk out in the sun without any problem, but wants to cooperate with Guru. There's something else going on here from a level that we don't get quite yet because we just got here. But me, I view him as two things. Someone I get my supply from, which I need, and someone I can get information from. I can learn more about leeches just by watching him.
I mean, I'm more just pissed off that like, why the hell they tell us all those lessons and then immediately go like not do that lesson with themselves and go befriend a fucking vampire? Like, that seems hypocritical, don't you think? And like, kind of like they, also like if they wanted us to keep him alive, they would like tell us about it first instead of just letting us find him. And then like if I found out he was like a vampire dude, I probably would have killed them. Like
That's why I didn't fucking tell you.
well, like I'm not mad you didn't fucking tell me. I assumed you had your reasons for it. Like, bro,
It's long-term planning, Deadbeat. People think beyond just next week. He has a use. I don't know much about Aspen, but I doubt that she's in a laboratory every day. And this guy's fucking making meth in a van like Breaking Bad. So he knows a thing or two about science. So he's probably helping with whatever the fuck is going on with those plants. But he's a leech, which means he knows about leeches around here.
I mean, shit. I mean, if we can find out more, I mean, that probably wouldn't be bad. At least find out like actual stuff about their powers and not just like the general like, oh, they can maybe do this and this. I mean, I guess now they can go walk out in the daylight now, I guess. That's weird. I
This
feel
one
like that
can.
apparently they can do anything depending on what kind they are. Holy shit. I wonder if I can convince him to give me a PS5. You think that's in his vampire powers to like get shit like that?
I don't know, Deadbeat. But, you know, you know that, like, I'm putting a lot of trust in you right now, right? I just want to point that out. Are you acknowledging that I have put a lot of trust in you with this?
Yeah, like
Can you acknowledge it?
I can acknowledge it. What do you expect me to go do? Just go run to Ray with my tail tucked between my legs, going, "Oh, Ray, you won't believe what I just heard." Like, no,
No.
I'm good. I'm more just pissed off that like they, the rest of the fucking other set people act like they're these like pure symbols of, Guru, and then they're like working with a vampire, without telling any of us. Feels like this, like anyone found that out, they would be like immediately fucked over because that's like what you're not supposed to do. But I don't know, man. Look,
Things are complicated, but this is what I'm wanting to do is work together on something.
You want to work with me on something? You were talking about how apparently some people know how to plan to next week. I guess I'm not one of them with how you said that. So why do you want to work with a guy who doesn't know how to plan to next week? Why do you want to work with a deadbeat?
Because you're actually smart, Deadbeat. You have common sense. You notice things. You're strong. You have benefits. You are not a all shitty person. You have your value. You are one of our strongest fighters. You say what's fucking obvious sometimes. There have been times where we have been stuck and you were the one that just stated the most obvious thing and fixed the problem. And I didn't even fucking think to look around and notice that shit. You spotted that plant. You're not useless. So stop acting like you are.
Just kind of go quiet after that for a moment. Kind of cross my arms and look out the window of the car. Kind of digesting what was just said, and I mean, most of the people here wouldn't really agree with anything you just said. I mean, Juniper sees me as the worst human being, or I guess the worst Garu known to man, wolf kind, whatever. You know, Ray, I don't even want to really like Ray, so I don't really care about what he thinks. And Rory was ready to rip my head off not too long ago, and they seem to kind of get okay with me now, but they're still kind of annoying. And all the other Seps kind of treat me like I'm just some child that needs to be disciplined. So, I mean, why bother? I could just get by doing what I'm doing now. Why try and prove them wrong?
Because I think you're better than that. Because I've seen you be kind. I've seen you be considerate. And I've seen you be protective. A total asshole doesn't get between the guy that just broke his jaw and the fucking drug addict to stick up for her when she's being fucking humiliated.
What, you want me to say that I care?
No, I don't want you to say anything, Deadbeat. I'm just saying that I see you as more than a deadbeat. What's your name?
Kind of look a little surprised by that. Just My name? Why do you want to know my name?
So I have something else to call you, because clearly you don't like being called Deadbeat. I'll even meet you halfway if you want, because Delphine's not my real name.
Kind of think about it for a second. I'd rather you not call me by my actual name, but my name's Bradley. Bradley Fletcher. Just don't like to get called by that because a lot of it might be super surprising to hear, but my life was pretty shitty before this, and only got shittier now. But Bradley kind of brings back some bad memories, and there's some people that I'd rather not ever run into or, you know, have find me again. So, not going by that helps.
I'm Brianna. Brianna Duncan. And how about I just call you B then?
Kind of that. That would be nice. I appreciate Brianna, and I. Sorry about the thing that I said about you at the club. You about the whole Skeletor thing.
You were just hurting yourself, so you wanted to hurt someone else.
If you don't care about other people, why do you care what they think? If you do care what they think, you must care about those people. Sharing a truth about yourself will get you a truth in kind. A connection was made. Truths shared. What is done with those truths, that will determine the type of person you are. There was also knowledge gained this evening. What's done with that knowledge could dictate the very future of this pack and of this sept, for better or worse. This is where our session comes to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. We find ourselves on the outskirts of Tampa, away from the urban sprawl, where the houses get fewer and farther between, because believe it or not, there is farmland surrounding Tampa. There are places where people own acres of land, where people have horses and livestock, where people can say that they can look out across the fields. Unfortunately, for the owners of this particular farmstead, they won't be able to say that for very much longer. Because as we look at this particular farmhouse, the sun has set. And out in the fields, something rises from the ground. Dressed in plaid, with growths coming out of its body. What was once a vampire, but is now something much, much worse, lurks from the field towards the house. To make it worse is the dozen other creatures that come out of the ground behind it. Also unrecognizable, that were once humans, that come growing out of the ground as they all lurch their way towards the farmhouse. We pan away towards the sky before we hear the sounds of breaking glass and screams, followed by coughing and groans. This is where our session comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Hellhounds will be back next Friday with another episode here on YouTube at 7 p.m. We also have Rage Across Tampa over on Twitch at 10 p.m. on Tuesdays. Come and join us and stay up to date on all of the crazy action that's happening in the Rage Across Tampa universe. Also, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description, or come join our community at that Discord link you see down below. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone. See you soon.